Det måste vi nästan gå in med honom sen.
No niin, hyvää huomenta, hyvä herrasväki.
Good morning. I'd like to start by saying thank you for yesterday, for the award ceremony, the party as well. It was a lovely evening. Let us now go to item 5 on the agenda, the foreign political debate. To start with, I'd like to remind you of the speaking rules. So the First Minister has 5 minutes for his account, and then the following ministers are given 3 minutes. And if you wish to make a rejoinder, this shall then be signaled in advance. So 5.1. So firstly, we have the oral accounts from the foreign ministers, and we can see that we have all our Nordic colleagues here, which is lovely to see. And we have our first speaker, and that is Anders Agerkos, who's the Finnish foreign minister, he's here instead of the foreign minister, and he will present the Finnish account. 5 minutes, please. The floor is yours. Colleagues, now Nordic cooperation has always been important for Finland, and foreign and security policy is increasingly relevant in times of rapid change and geopolitical tensions. Our Nordic countries are stable and dependable. And Finland holds the presidency of the Nordic Council of Ministers this year, as well as the presidency of the Foreign and Security Political N5 cooperation. Our priorities during these presidencies have been the security situation, support to Ukraine, exerting global influence, and support to the multilateral rules-based world order. The overarching theme is geoeconomics. During the foreign ministers' latest N5 meeting in Finland in August, the foreign ministers gave their commitment to continued strong support to Ukraine, and Canada's foreign minister attended this meeting, which is a further sign that the Nordic region and the Nordic cooperation is something that's gaining an interest globally. And you can say that many countries hold Nordic values, even if they lie far away from the Nordic region. Safeguarding support to Ukraine is decisive, not just for the survival of the country, but also for the security of the whole of Europe. Europe's support to Ukraine must be for the long term, and it must also be predictable. The Nordic countries have, in relation to their size, supported Ukraine most. Finland with 3.9 billion euros, and of this support, then 2.9 billion have been for defence material. And we will also participate in NATO's Pearl initiative. We should continue having an impact on the situation. We must continue to have an exert influence over Russia and its ability to fund the war through sanctions with regard to Russian energy exports, including the oil companies, the shadow fleets and LNG. We should also continue increasing the extension, how extensive the sanctions are in different sectors. We also need to ensure that our sanctions are compatible. An effective implementation of the sanction is one part of the pressure that we can place on Russia and the direct support that we can give to Ukraine. We need to ensure that we have sufficient resources and sufficient competence as well. Another important issue is the situation in the Middle East. Finland gives its full support to the current efforts to find a sustainable solution to the conflict in Gaza, and we encourage both sides to comply with the agreements with regard to truce and respecting international law. Sustainable peace or a condition for sustainable peace is that both sides in the international world order, that they ensure and promote stability in the region. The Palestinian Authority need to play a central role, which is why we have the New York Declaration and the Global Alliances work need to be promoted. It is increasingly important to support the preconditions for the implementation of a two-state solution. Finland continues to support the Palestinian Authority, including working with reforms. It is central to also focus on the deterioration with regard to the situation in the West Bank and Israel's occupation thereof. Russia's invasion of Ukraine has led to serious questions for the role of the OSCE. And as holding the presidency of the OSCE, Finland is convinced that the future and the credibility of this organisation requires a bold and thorough effectivisation of the activities, and we need to change this according to the changes in security challenges. Finland has started the so-called Helsinki Plus 50 discussions regarding the future of the OSCE, and in this dialogue also discussing reforms of the OSCE. Some of these, with these reforms, we are convinced that OSCE will be able to continue to contribute to peace, security and cooperation in Europe. The overall theme for the N5 presidency of Finland for foreign and security policy is geoeconomic. So a couple of words about that too. The geoeconomic world is still characterized by the increasingly strategic competitiveness and changes with regard to the balance of power in the world politics. Increased competitiveness has led to changes in a stronger trade and industrial policy based on different strategic interests between the players. The link between geopolitics and economics is here to stay, and it increases the uncertainty around the world and makes things less predictable. We need more measures taken by companies as well as states to promote economic security. For us in the Nordic region, therefore, it's important that we diversify supply chains, deepen our partnerships and produce new trade agreements. In this context, it's necessary with regional cooperation is very necessary. And these joint Nordic efforts based on our values can have a huge impact on European global trade, regulations, industrial policy as well. Thank you very much.
Kiitos ministerille puheenvuorosta.
Thank you. Thank you to the minister. And before proceeding with the next speaker, let me say that we have the New Zealand foreign minister with us here today.
You're warmly welcome. Repliikkipuheenvuoroja ministerille ei.
Rejoinders, you can ask for rejoinders. However, no one has done so. No one has requested a rejoinder.
Ja näin ollen siirrymme seuraavaan.
Which means that we will continue with the next speaker, Premier Katrin Sjögren from Åland. Please.
Herr president, Nordiska...
President, Nordic friends, Åland is a small society. However, our autonomy and our unique status in international law has turned us into an example. We show how you create stability in the Baltic Sea region. Today we cannot imagine it, but it was close to conflict when this autonomy was created between Finland and Sweden. But this is an example of a solution, one of the oldest autonomies of the world. And with our history as a foundation, also considering our strategic location, we want to be an active part of the Nordic collaboration for peace, security, stability in our part of the world. And these are values that we all share in the Nordics, regardless of language or size. We represent this value-based order, and we want to see a safe and secure Nordics. The Nordic collaboration is just not about governments, parliaments, or agreements. It's also about people, friendships, associations, companies, meetings between ordinary citizens. In this day and age, when we see more and more geopolitical tension, it's more important than ever that we stand united together. We can continue to be a peaceful region where we have where we find constructive solutions. We face big challenges, climate change, geopolitical tension, and the financial developments that we see through fellowship and preparedness, where we work together. We can make it through crises, and we can use our resources in a better way, and we will continue our collaborations. Cohesive security policy means, one, that we need diplomacy and international agreements, and secondly, we also need resilience and civilian preparedness, and thirdly, we need a strong defense. The Nordics today speak with a strong, clear, competent voice on the global arena, and that the world is listening in Brussels, London, Washington. The President of the Commission, Ursula von der Leyen, has also looked at our successes and analyzed these and seen that we identify challenges and problems and then do the best we can in trying to solve them. The world is interested in our Nordic voice, our solutions, our experiences. Now members of NATO, we work with our preparedness, our civilian preparedness, and our defense. The Nordic applies the big stick theory, and we do that well. President Theodore Roosevelt and his diplomatic success factors are now being applied. Speak softly, carry a big stick. Thank you.
Kiitos tästä puheenvuorosta.
Thank you very much. No one has asked for a rejoinder, so let's proceed then on the speakers list. And we have the Minister for Culture from Denmark, who is here instead of the Foreign Minister. So that's Jakob Engel-Schmidt. 3 minutes, please.
President.
Mr. President, Nordic parliamentarians, colleagues, it's really pleasant to be in Stockholm today. And now we haven't changed ministers in Denmark. I normally let my minister colleague and party chair, Lars Løkke Rasmussen, deal with foreign politics. But even if foreign policy is not part of my portfolio, then Nordic cooperation is, on the other hand. So there are close ties between all our countries, both formally and informally, historically, socially, and also culturally. We have so much in common, and we are birds of a feather, from Holberg to Stoltenberg. When the presidency for this year and the theme for this year's session is as it is and resonates in us as it does, it is because we really have a need for this kinship that we already have. The Nordic region stands united, and that is because we belong together. So this kinship has become closer in the last few years, and that's very good. In particular, perhaps in foreign and security political areas, we adapt us, we develop us together. Our response with regard to today's challenges are a united response. We want to reinforce our defences, increase pressure on Russia, increase support to Ukraine. These are major tasks, but we resolve them together. The Nordic countries, amongst those countries that give most to Ukraine in Europe, not just in Europe, actually, in the whole world, we are united in our support, and we will continue with that. And we should inspire other countries to follow suit, because more is needed in the here, in the now, because there are no signs, we see no signs that Russia actually is interested in peace, which gives rise to deep concern. And we need to act accordingly. And that also applies to putting pressure on Russia. We have taken strong sanctions. We're putting pressure on for the adoption of new sanctions. At the same time, it's more pleasing when we see that small sort of lights here and there in the world. For example, in the Middle East, there are grounds to be cautiously optimistic after the 2 years of the war, and there's a truce and cautious optimism. However, it's pretty shaky, and it's very important that we make headway with concrete steps for reconstruction of Gaza and a long-term peace without any role at all for Hamas, and a two-state solution at the end of the day as well. This is no easy task, but we can do it with our support in the Nordics and in Europe. And when I look back at this year, it almost takes our breath away. It's been so action-packed. And perhaps next year will be too, in both good ways and bad. And that's why I'm also pleased that we can meet the future together. We can make an impression on the world together. And therefore, next year, Denmark, we have hold the presidency for the N5, for the Nordic Council of Ministers, together with the Faroe Islands. Thank you very much.
Kiitos ministerille puheenvuorosta. Nyt
Thank you. And now I actually see that someone has asked for a rejoinder. Joini Uvaska and also Veronica Honskaska will be the next speaker.
Herr President, ulkopolitiikka.
Just a moment.
Thank you, Madam President. Well, foreign policy. Here, the Helsinki Treaty is to be renewed, and then security policy is to be included in the treaty. And what opinion did you have, the Danish government, when it comes to making sure that the security policy will be such a firm part of the new Helsinki Treaty? Thank you.
Tak for spørgsmålet.
Thank you for that question. The Danish government is of the opinion that security, this is something that is relevant for all European countries, not just the Nordic countries, and it is necessary that we do have an agreement.
Uskotteko te, että uusi
But do you believe that the new treaty can be dealt with already in Helsinki in 2026?
Ja, det er jo et godt spørgsmål.
That is a good question. And normally that would be my political responsibility, and yes, if it can be done. But the security policy that we're discussing here in the Nordics and in Europe today, well, we do not really have proper solutions yet. We see threats, we see that we have disinformation impacting our democracies, and we see Russian bots and foreign forces that want to ruin our democracy. We have a security policy situation where this cohesion is now being threatened. And this is something that is urgent today. And I hope that we'll be able to reach results next year already.
Kiitos tästä. Sitten Veronica Honkasalo.
Thank you. And Veronica Honkasalo.
Presidentti, puhun suomea.
Mr. President, I will be speaking Finnish. The Nordic Prime Ministers yesterday emphasized the fact that the Nordic region is united because we believe in the rules-based order in the world, but we also see double standards actually when it comes to human rights. We support Ukraine as we should. However, we have not really done anything with regard to the genocide in Gaza, and so no peace plans produced, talking about truce, etc. We see we have colonies, we have occupied areas. Do you really believe that there is something rather controversial here, that the Nordic region cannot react and act to put pressure on Israel so that the suffering of the Palestinians will come to an end? Well, as a human being, not just as a politician, I've been shocked by what is happening in Gaza. These killed civilians, innocent civilians in Gaza, and of course we have to differentiate between the Palestinians and the civilians and Hamas. And then Israel, they defended themselves after a terror attack. But of course, that doesn't defend what Israel has done against the civilians in Gaza. It's been brutal and incomprehensible, which is why Denmark has also proposed to take a number of economic measures, in fact, and to limit their activities thereby. I always hope for peace and democracy, human rights in a world where we see that more countries are under greater pressure, but we hope, and the small glimpses of hope that we see today with the peace plan, we hope that those glimpses will become bigger. And I don't think this is a double standard in the Nordic region at all. I think we've communicated very clearly, actually, throughout the whole period. And similarly, there are other areas in the world that have done similarly. Thank you.
Arvoisa presidentti, tosiasia on se, että
Thank you. As a matter of fact, this is something that has continued for decades, and we see this colonial policy, and just to talk, that is not enough. We need concrete action towards Israel, trade policy, for example, and another issue that we have looked at is Finland and Denmark, that we haven't been able to recognize Palestine as a state. And what do you think? Is this a proper signal from the Nordics that we can not stand united in such an issue and follow international law and human rights?
Danmark har sagt meget klart, at vi er klar til at anerkende.
Denmark has said that we are prepared to the state of Palestine, but I don't think it's. I mean, we need to have democratic elections in Palestine, and a two-state solution is the only way forward for peace, for human rights, amongst other things, and economic tools are in fact often the most effective in that way, and they are still on the table as a possibility, and not just within the Nordic region, but also more broadly EU cooperation. And I hope that the peace plan will grow and become stronger. But I think we need to bear all this in mind, and recognizing Palestine and having when all the conditions have been fulfilled, that's also important. And Eastern Europe, for example, they have already recognized Palestine, but it doesn't make any difference to the Palestinians, does it? They did that a long time ago. And look at Hungary. I mean, it depends on the concrete influence and recognition. What does that? I mean, the difference that it makes to the people living in the country. And therefore, I think that it's economic assistance, development aid that are more important. They are worth more than a recognition, even if that's also important. Thank you.
Tästä seuraavana Justus Hansen keskiryhmästä ja Liv Gustafsson voi.
Thank you. Justus Hansen, next speaker.
Mange tak for det. Tak for det, præsident.
Thank you. Thank you, President. Minister, this will be in Danish. I hope that everyone will be able to follow along. I speak on behalf of Greenland, though, and many do that here in this room. And what I would like to explain is why we do not have a full presence. That is because we do not have a full membership in the Nordic Council. And now it's gratifying to hear that Denmark can imagine that for the future. And we all talk about and we hear about Nordic family, Nordic collaboration. And here our government has said repeatedly that what it is about is that we have to have a say also in political issues, and we have to be full members of the Nordic countries. And now we're looking at the Helsinki Treaty, and we have to agree on all those conditions. But the Greenlanders, what we want to see, that is that we become full members and that we get guarantees. So we want to hear from all the ministers that we will be given such a full membership as quickly as possible. Thank you.
Tak for det indlæg.
Thank you. I fully understand that wish, what you express. And yes, I agree. When it comes to Greenland and the Faroe Islands, I do understand. And when we revise the Helsinki Treaty, of course, it should be possible for Greenland and the Faroe Islands to apply to become full members. And this is something that we've said before, and I want to say it again. I cannot here today give you such a guarantee because I'm only here as a substitute for the other minister. But my mandate as a representative of as a member of the government, I cannot give you a guarantee. But of course, I hope that this will happen. I would have liked to see the foreign minister here. Yes, that is true. But I then assume that you agree that we should be recognized in this manner, that we should have full membership. And I would also like to hear from other ministers from other countries that they share this wish. We are talking about the Nordic family after all, and we also talk about the Nordic Arctic family. And here Greenland is important. Thank you. Yes, absolutely. I agree. And Greenland also has an important task, as has been said. There are important resources, and you do amazing work when it comes to what needs to be done today. And of course, we all have to take on our respective roles, and there has to be space enough for all of us. And I do fully understand your wish and the ambition when it comes to the Faroe Islands and Greenland. I do.
Kiitos. Ja viimeinen repliikkipuheenvuoro.
Thank you. Liv Gustafsson next, and this is the last rejoinder.
President.
Mr. President and Minister for Culture, I'm going to ask about a cultural issue about the freedom of expression. Luckily, we have freedom of expression in the Nordic region. Sweden and Denmark have had intensive debates on art, religion, and the freedom of expression, for example, when it comes to the burning of the Quran. And what is the view of the Danish government on the freedom of expression and also safety and security in our civil societies? Is there a need, perhaps, in the Nordic region to have some kind of cooperation at the Nordic level with regard to this? Thank you very much for that question. Now, I mean, many people are very happy to live in the Nordic region, and we should be very happy for that. During the award ceremony yesterday evening, there were many people who mentioned that when you look at our region from the outside, there are many artists, for example, writers, musicians, many people who really are envious with regard to the degree of freedom that we have and room for action in Scandinavia. And this is something we need to safeguard. And with that, we need to be also responsible. And it's dynamic, not static, this. So I think we need to be wise and sensible, but we also need to be very aware and try to safeguard the rights that we have when it comes to safety and security, and it comes to our democracies, these democracies that we all love. Now, but do you believe that we could have done more, perhaps cooperated more within the Nordic region, that we would have exactly the same perspective here on this, that we see that there's, I mean, because of the worries and concerns that people have in the Nordic region, do you think that we would benefit from more cooperation? Yes, absolutely, I do. And I think that media and cultural ministers and for the rest of Europe, and when we meet, we have a discussion on the fundamental rights to real information, the possibility to make your voice heard. And it's something that's going too far that in a European forum that you have the right to information, etc., correct information. It's rather worrying. And in this discussion, I think we have a strong need to work together, to have the same perspectives, etc. We do work together, we help each other, we support each other, we have we stand on the same foundations with regard to these issues, and there are many different ways of working together, which I appreciate. Thank you very much for the discussion and for all the questions as well. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much to the Minister.
Puheenvuoroja tulossa, niin rajoitamme jatkossa debattipuheenvuorot.
I know that there are others who have requested to speak. Unfortunately, we have to limit ourselves to one rejoinder in the future. And now we continue with the Faroe Islands and the Foreign Minister, Stenberg. And please.
Kære nordiske venner, la meg
Dear Nordic friends, I would like to start by saying thank you for an amazing evening yesterday with the award ceremonies and the Faroe Islands being one of the winners. Well, the world around us, it changes more and more rapidly. We see uncertainties, we see things that impact all of us. And here it's necessary that we stand united as Nordic countries in alliances with like-minded. In the Faroe Islands, we work to strengthen our international positions, and one important step is a membership of the World Trade Organization that would increase our status when it comes to negotiations. So that's an important step. And the time is uncertain. With such a membership, we would have more freedom when it comes to, for example, trade relations. At the same time, we could also that way find an open door to other international organizations and memberships. And now, well, it's very relevant also considering the revision of the Helsinki Treaty. The Faroe Islands is working with the sanctions as a reply to the Russian invasion of Ukraine. And the government is prioritizing this. We do what we're supposed to do. We take our responsibility, and we also, in concrete terms, contribute to establish international justice and security. This last summer, together with my Danish colleague, I visited Kiev, and as a follow-up of that meeting with President Zelensky, we are now working with a donor project, and to work together with and contribute to Ukraine. This is something we need to do from an ethical perspective and also a strategic perspective. It is about freedom. Then we have the situation in Gaza, and the humanitarian disaster has continued for too long. And that is why it's important that we now make sure that hostages are released, and international law has to be complied with, and this is something that is necessary for our peace and security. NATO continues to be a very central component of our security policy, and we contribute actively with alliances, operations and signals in North Atlantic and the GEOC, and here we participated to maintaining stability in the region, and this also gives us an opportunity to impact decisions that are strategically important for the North Atlantic. And we work as much as possible together also when it comes to the EU politics. Thank you.
Kiitos ministerille. Nyt ei ole...
Thank you. Here we have no requests for rejoinders, so we will continue.
So we have the Foreign Minister from Iceland, Borgerur Katrín Gunnarsdóttir. I'm afraid that perhaps my pronunciation isn't quite correct as a speaker.
Mikilvægi norrænnar samstöðu það óumdeilanlegt og reynslan sýnir okkur það blessunarlega. Þess vegna einstaklega gott að koma hér saman og vera meðal vina. Vina sem deila ekki aðeins sameiginlegri sögu og landfræðilegum tengslum, heldur sömuleiðis sannfæringum hvað... Skal jeg begynne igjen, eller?
Pieni hetki. Tulkkaus.
One moment. Do I need to start again? There's a problem with the interpretation, I'm afraid. Please wait.
Jag vet inte om jag ska översätta på blandinaviska här, eller?
Nyt kun det fungerar nu.
Ja. En það sem ég var að segja að það gott að vera meðal vina sem að deila ekki aðeins sameiginlegri sögu og landfræðilegum tengslum, heldur sömuleiðis sannfæringu hvað það sem gerir samfélög sterk og hvað gerir...
I'm afraid we can't hear. The interpretation is not working because the interpreters cannot hear.
Maria vill hellre snacka för mig, eller? Vill du göra det? Vem nästa på, eller Åsmund?
Can you hear me now? Yes, we can.
Ikke for Finland og Island. Ja, går det nå? Ja, så prøver jeg å fortsette. En gang til. Ja. Við deilum trú á gildi réttaríkisins, mikilvægi lýðræðis og mannréttinda og ekki síst fyrir frið, fyrir frelsi og samstöðu, trúa að byggja upp samfélög, þar sem hvert og eitt okkar, vi får se.
Nej.
Jeg tror jeg skal vente litt og...
Well, I think I have to wait and see. Let me have patience. I have to be patient with the interpreters, I'm afraid. Should we have a technical break, perhaps? Let's take a 5-minute technical break. Sorry.
No niin, otetaan jälleen.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, let's proceed and resume. And let's make a second attempt and see that the interpretation is working now, the technical. So please, Minister Gunnarsdottir, please, the floor is yours.
Já, kæru vini, ég ætla bara að halda áfram þar sem
Dear friends, yes. Let me continue where I left off just a moment ago. And that is that we share our values, historical values, we have ties. It's important that democracy and human rights, peace and cohesion are important. We have a belief in building up a society where individuals can flourish on their own terms. And we share a conviction that we are stronger together than we are on our own. And this is the importance of cohesion, because we live in times when security is unstable, and we have uncertainty on the markets, we have the climate threat, etc. We have a backlash as regards human rights in many parts of the world. And within countries as well, we have problems. So international systems are shaking in their foundations. And for a small country like Iceland, this is, of course, a warning signal. And we have the United Nations, and that ensures our protection and security. Then we have the war in Ukraine, the illegal invasion and attack on Ukraine. It's not just an attack on Ukraine, but it's an attack on international law and rules that we've built up to ensure peace and stability and resilience. Thanks to the resilience of the Ukrainians and their endurance, they tell us and show us and demonstrate that we can fight for democracy and peace. And they are on the front line at the moment, but the front line can, in fact, of course, move closer to us, which is why it is important that the Nordic countries continue to stand united and continue to support Ukraine politically, as regards defense, humanitarian aid and financial aid. And together, we also can work together for Gaza, where we can see destruction and terrible suffering. It is important to respect international law and to try to find a way for peace and a two-state solution. That's the only path to take. The situation in Gaza is very worrying, and we must not forget what the awful things that are happening in Sudan at the moment as well. For us in Iceland, security, sustainability in the Arctic region play a huge role. And naturally, this also applies to Greenland and the Faroe Islands. We see more and more threats. We see that in airspace in our neighbouring countries, in the Baltic state. This is something that we need to take seriously. We have faith in the Nordic cohesion here. And in that context, I would also like to underline the importance of amending the Helsinki Treaty. Cohesion applies to all our countries, all our 8 countries. And for me, that's Greenland should have been standing here before me, and it's very sad that Greenland isn't here. Now we hope that we can make these amendments to the treaty before the next session of the Nordic Council, so that Greenland speaks before me next time. But in this situation, this uncertain situation to have in the world, it's very important to have good neighbours and to be able to have faith and trust each other. And we have seen this time and time and again, that the Nordic countries, we speak with one voice, and then we can make a difference. We have interests in common and responsibilities in common. We must bear a shared responsibility. We need to take that seriously, and we need to continue to nurture these ties, cooperation, speak clearly, and to stand up for our values. Don't be afraid to defend our values. In that way, we can really demonstrate what Nordic cooperation stands for. Thank you very much.
Tähän on tullut repliik. Tähän on tullut
There is a request for a rejoinder, actually 4 requests, but because of the technical problems, I would like to ask you to just spend 1 minute on the rejoinders.
Ärade president, kära
President, Foreign Minister Gunnar's daughter, just as you said, for us in the Nordics, it's particularly important that we have an international norms-based collaboration that is strong. And today, perhaps we need to have more coherent action so that the Nordic countries can work together to strengthen structures. And I'm thinking about structures, international organizations like the United Nations. Their reform is now being discussed, and it's time to do this. And we also have other organizations within the UN Women, not least, where we see work being done for women's sexual reproductive rights and equality, not least. And here there is a risk that one does away with the mandates that have previously been given. And the Nordic countries together, what can we do to ensure that this mandate continues and to make sure that we also have a Nordic representative, Forsberg, for example?
Já, ég vil þakka fyrir frábæra spurningu.
Well, thank you for that very relevant question to start with. Just as other ministers, I participated in the UN General Assembly, and I also visited these different UN organizations. And it was gratifying to see that collaboration between the permanent representatives from the Nordic countries. We have to be realistic, though. When it comes to the United Nations, it needs renewal, and we have to show the taxpayers that we use their money in a proper manner. We have to stand up for values, for international law. It has to be respected. And what you have said, we have to continue the work with the equal rights and rights for disadvantaged groups. And we know that our voice is heard when we stand united. We have contributed to the United Nations, and standing united, I think that we can be optimistic also when it comes to collaborations with these institutions, these organizations. And here we are talking about values and ideals that have to be achieved, and we can only get there if we do stand united. And, well, again, thank you for the question. Thank you. Thank you to the Minister as well. And we have just one rejoinder. Tage Pettersson, and then we'll continue.
Thank you very much for that. Thank you. You promised a referendum for EU referendum for membership of the EU in 2027 at the latest. And Iceland today has a defence cooperation with the United States already, and in EU. The Prime Minister said that the EU and Iceland are going to negotiate on security and defence cooperation, and in October they signed also a letter of intent with regard to a cooperation with Finland. So my question, therefore, to the Foreign Minister is whether security and defence also are an important part for Iceland before 2027, if you're going to have a referendum on EU membership.
Þakka kærlega fyrir þessa spurningu. Þú ert að tala.
Thank you very much with regard to those questions on defence. Now, if we have a referendum, have one in 2027, possibly we need to ask the question whether we are going to continue with having a discussion with the EU on membership after that. And so this is a question that is open, and we need to ask the nation. And even if I am the party chair of a party that's pro-EU, we cannot do anything without asking the people of the country what their view is on this. And we believe that it lies in the interest of Iceland with this referendum, is because it's about our interests, financial interests, etc. Which is why we just basically want to test the waters. No later than 2027. We'll see whether we choose that path or not. But also we know that our defence is based on cooperation with NATO, an important agreement with the United States as well. But more, we would like to have more opportunities and possibilities, and also have an agreement with the EU. And we are working, just as Ursula von der Leyen said yesterday, we are trying to or to conclude bilateral agreements with Germany, with Finland, and we are doing the same with Canada and the UK. So we want to try to use all the opportunities that are available to us with regard to defence. We want to have allies with everyone that we can trust when it comes to our defence.
Ongelmista. Siirrymme seuraavaan puhujaan, eli
Thank you to the minister. I apologize for the technical problems that we've had, and continue with the next minister, Åsmund August.
Ärade president, ärade församling, tack för igår.
President, thank you. First of all, thank you for yesterday evening. Then let me say that there is a thread going through what we hear here in this plenary. It's about people, it's about collaborations, and it's always been important for the Norwegian family. But today, I would say that it's more important than ever before, because in the Nordics, we see that we have a more complex threat that we've seen before. We've seen the Russian aggression against Ukraine, and this is something that shakes and challenges the entire rules-based order. We have a conflict in the Middle East. We see hybrid threats like drones, cyber attacks, and disinformation. And here it's incredibly important that we hold on to the most important thing we have, which is Nordic collaboration. We work for democracy, human rights, and international law. We provide support to Ukraine. It's clear and it's extensive at a political, humanitarian and military level, and we have to show that we stand firm in this commitment for international law. That is also how we strengthen our credibility globally, and that is also how we can contribute to a more just world order. The Nordic countries are our closest neighbours, and we have to work closer together in security policy. I don't think that we can overestimate the importance of us standing together also in NATO. We see an aggressive Russia, our neighbour, and we have to show that we are firm and decisive, particularly when we see hybrid threats. And NATO is a cornerstone in our Norwegian security policy, and of course we also have to work closer together when it comes to the EU defence strategies. We also see geopolitical interests. Climate change makes this even more important. Here we provide support to Greenland and to Denmark, and that is a clear expression of Nordic solidarity. We have to strengthen our presence there in civilian and military terms alike. It is positive that Israel and Hamas now have agreed on a first part of truce, and this gives hope for Gaza, and it is therefore very troubling with the recent attacks in Gaza. And this is something which is the last thing that the Palestinian population needs today. All parties now have to live up to their obligations. Last week, the International Court said that humanitarian help has to be provided, and only a two-state solution where you can live in peace can be something that can become reality. And as has already been said, the situation that we see is troubling also on the West Bank. Occupation has to cease, and Norway is willing to assist where we can. We see Nordic values being challenged, and the Nordics, we have to stand together for security, for peace, for a just society. We have to do that by action, by coordinating our policies so that we can contribute to more stability in the world.
Meillä on aika yhdelle repliikkipuheenvuorolle, eli Eva-Lind.
Thank you. We have time for one round. Eva-Lind from the Centre Group. Tack så mycket till... Thank you, Minister. I have a question on the situation in Gaza. What happened over the last few years is something that has led to unimaginable suffering for civilians, the population, not just people who've died, but they lack water, they starve, there's no food. But there is hope, however, now that talks have begun. But I'd like to ask the Minister nevertheless, does the Minister believe that this situation could lead to a situation where we will see peace in Gaza and the solution to the situation in the West Bank? Just as the Minister pointed out, we tend sometimes to forget that the situation there is also very, very dire indeed. And I'd like to ask what we can do more together as Nordic countries to support the process towards peace. Thank you.
President.
Thank you, President, and thank you for an excellent and complex question. And as was mentioned, it has been hell on earth in Gaza over the past 2 years. A human-created disaster affecting 2 million people in an incredibly brutal, violent war. And this horrific situation has, of course, been terrible for those trapped there. We've always condemned the war, the terror attacks, and the war actions. You ask whether there is hope. Well, it's difficult to nurture any hope in such a difficult situation, but what we have right now is the best we've had so far. On the 9th of October, the peace agreement was signed. I was in Rafah on the border between Gaza and Egypt, and I met Palestinian evacuees. And the joy they experience is difficult to describe. I saw aid workers in the Egyptian organizations, and they saw the images from Sharm el-Sheikh. And when they manage to feel hope for the future, we should be able to do the same. But as you say, it's very complex. How do we reconstruct Gaza? We need to rebuild homes, hospitals, schools. It's going to cost billions. But how do we rebuild 2 million traumatized people? How do we build peace and stability? That's the true challenge. And I think that the Palestinians and Israelis will need each other and the world, and we need to make sure that there are many friends in the Nordic countries. And I hope we can continue as a Nordic family. Thank you.
Kiitos tästä puheenvuorosta ministerille. Siirrymme puhujalistaan.
Thank you. Thank you to the Minister. And we continue with the next address, which is the Swedish Foreign Minister, Maria Malmer Stenergard.
Herr ordförande, President, it's a great pleasure to meet you all here in Stockholm, and our close cooperation and our friendship have never been more important. The Nordics is not just a region, it's a family and a home with shared Nordic values. With all of the Nordic countries now in NATO, our family is more secure. We work more closely together than ever before in informal foreign and security policy, N5 groups, and N8 with our Baltic neighbours. By changing the focus on the work in the Baltic Sea State Council, we also ensure an in-depth security work for all the countries around the Baltic Sea. You have perhaps seen the image of little Adelina celebrating her second birthday next to a very large teddy bear. She never had the opportunity to celebrate her third birthday. She was born during Russia's war and died, killed by a Russian missile in one of the most deadly attacks against Kiev this year. The only thing that could be salvaged was the big teddy bear. For Sweden, no foreign policy task is more important than that of supporting Ukraine and securing peace on Ukrainian terms. The way the war ends will shape our security for generations, for all of us. Our Nordic countries together contributed with over 35 billion euro in support to Ukraine since Russia's full-scale invasion. We are not that many up here in the Nordics, but we are some of the ones who give more than all others. Others need to follow suit. The pressure on Russia needs to increase. The EU measures have effect, but more are needed, especially on energy revenues on the Russian shadow fleet. Mr. President, the Swedish government is cautiously optimistic when it comes to the development in the Middle East and the ceasefire, be it brittle, in Gaza with a release of the hostages and improved access for humanitarian aid. Humanitarian aid in large scale must be permitted to come in, and the UN and other stakeholders need to be permitted to work freely and impartially to save life. And all hostages and remnants of those who were killed need to be handed over. The EU and the Nordic countries need to act jointly to contribute to future steps forward in the peace process, respecting international law at all times. That is also a Nordic value. Any infringements need to be investigated and sanctioned. Israel and Palestine need, with the support of the rest of the world, take concrete steps towards a two-state solution. Mr. President, in a time of global challenges, the Nordic family is standing strong, united, and ready to take action. And together we will show the way. Thank you.
Kiitos ministerille.
Thank you, Minister. There is time for one rejoinder. And then, fortunately, the ministers need to move on to other meetings. But Nina Fellman has the floor for a short rejoinder.
Ordförande, herr president och
President, Foreign Minister, we see a backlash now when it comes to women's rights across the globe. We have the Istanbul Convention being the first binding such a document, and it's now being threatened. And now we've heard that others are doing what Hungary and Poland has done, leave the convention. And what is the Swedish opinion? Can you do something on the foreign policy arena to safeguard the Istanbul Convention? And can the Nordic countries together do something? Because we do focus on a rules-based world order and human rights. And this is important. Equality here in the Nordics, in many places across the globe, is seen as a role model. So what could Sweden do? Thank you, Nina Samman. This is an incredibly important question, and gender equality is a key component of a Swedish foreign policy, and we're very proud to be chairing UN Women. And this is a forum that we use to highlight the importance of women's own self-determination. And we know that there are a number of countries who have or say that they will leave the Istanbul Convention, and that's very regrettable. And we do try to do what we can to ensure that as many countries as possible continue to support the Istanbul Convention, because it's more important now than ever. We do not want to see such a backlash when it comes to women's rights. Thank you.
Kiitos ministerille ja kiitos.
Thank you to the minister, and thank you to all ministers for the debate. I know that you have to continue to other meetings. And again, apologies for the technical problems that we had, but we continue with our speakers list, and we continue with the representative presidium, Lars Christian Brask.
Tak, herr præsident.
Thank you, President. On behalf of the Presidium, I would like to say thank you to all the ministers for their speeches. In the Nordics, we have never stood more united than we do today. We saw that, for example, in Denmark, where we were given support and assistance after we had the drone visits leading up to the EU summit. We saw support from our Nordic friends and also other allies. And we saw cohesion at a very high level. And that was an amazing feeling, that we felt that we were not alone in this concrete situation. And we see today that we have more instability and a very serious geopolitical situation. In the Nordics, we stand firm behind each other. We also want to see cohesion in the EU, in Europe and in NATO. And it is gratifying, I think, to see that we have so many international partners here in this room today. Together, we will continue to support Ukraine. And as a matter of fact, I've just been there, and I have to say that the situation is critical. There is a critical need. We have to continue our support. And we also have to support the democratic forces that we see in Belarus. We would like to see the Nordic Council of Ministers give more support to the collaborations within foreign policy amongst the Nordic countries when it comes to civil preparedness, total defense, and could be, for example, research and sharing information. I will skip a few things considering the time, but we all need to collaborate, and we have good examples on how we share resources when it comes to airspace, for example. And here again, I would like to encourage governments and government departments to work together. Dear friends, democracy, rule of law, equality, human rights, and multilateralism, all these things are under pressure today, also in Europe. And in the Nordics, if we work together and work together with like-minded, we can continue to show that democracy and freedom will always prevail. Thank you.
Kiitos tästä puheenvuorosta. Meillä ei valitettavasti nyt ole repliikeille.
Unfortunately, we don't have time for any further rejoinders, so I will ask you to stick to the speaking time rules, and that makes it easier to predict the timing of the various part of the session. Truls Barsvik from the Center Group is next.
Tack för det, president. I en orolig verden så är det lätt.
Thank you, President. It's important to focus on the most important points, such as Ukraine and Gaza, but there are serious things happening in other parts of our world. That something which Nina Fellman also mentioned in a rejoinder earlier. It is very concerning indeed that our colleagues in Latvia has taken steps to leave the Istanbul Convention, the most important convention in Europe to protect women and girls against violence. This is not a private matter. It is a breach of basic human rights. To leave this convention is to turn the back on thousands of women which need the protection of society. It's also to turn the back on values which we in the Nordic Council, Council of Europe and the EU are based on values such as human dignity, equal opportunities and legal certainty. Equal opportunity and women's rights must never be taken for given. When they are challenged in one place, they are challenged everywhere. We need to take action clearly and jointly. In the Nordics, we have a shared responsibility to stand up for all those who fight for equal opportunities, also outside our own countries. We need to support all those forces in Latvia that support the Istanbul and defend the Istanbul Convention. We need to be shoulder to shoulder with civil society. It's not just about the law, it's about dignity, security and the right to a life without fear. So let's speak with one clear voice. Women's rights is not up for negotiation. Violence against women is a problem for society, an equal opportunity problem and a serious crime, and it requires joint action, and we need to take rapid action. Thank you.
Kiitos tästä. Seuraavana puhelista.
Thank you. And we continue with Hallartman Lugadottir.
Virðulegi forseti, það gleður mig mikið að fá að vera hérna með ykkur í dag og
Thank you. Thank you, President. I'm very happy to be here today, and I would like to take the opportunity to make everyone think about what can be done in the Nordic collaborations within the when it comes to the Arctic. First of all, the new roads that you can navigate. We see that new routes are being opened because of the ice melting, which means that you can reach Asia much more rapidly. And we've seen a Chinese container vessel recently arriving to the UK in 20 days compared to 50 if you go through the Suez Canal. And this is a change that will lead to great financial opportunities and also, well, to shorten travel times. We see challenges as well, though, when it comes to geopolitics and also the vulnerable ecosystem that we have. And here we need to take cohesive action. We have to look at infrastructure. And here we need to look at what is being done, for example, with satellites. And space and satellites, that is the key for safeguarding our security. It's about monitoring and also the agreement that we have. And to conclude, I'm thinking about the future of the Arctic Council. Gorbachev, during the Cold War, said that this was to be an area without conflict, an area of peace. But now we're facing a big issue, which is whether we can continue to work together. Could we, one way or another, in the Arctic region, strengthen the Arctic Council? Could we perhaps find a closer collaboration? For example, with the Faroe Islands, Greenland, the Åland Islands. Here we have friends that are truly important for our collaboration in the future. Thank you.
Tästä seuraavana puhujalistalla Jonni Svedin vapaa.
Thank you very much. Next speaker is Nordic Freedom, John Svedin.
Ärade president.
Esteemed President, colleagues. It is crucial that we strengthen the work on securing the Nordic country. We can do this through cooperation agreements with countries outside of Europe and with also countries with a similar security situation to ours, with external threats. And they have strong systems for preparedness, crisis management, and systems that we can gain access to and implement here and learn from by making it easier for our companies, our businesses, to find new customers and building and enhancing skills and competence where we can learn, for example, on the matter of influencing campaigns. We can strengthen Nordic industry and security further. We believe that such work is highly important when the countries in the Nordic region are being subjected to such influence campaigns, and the free world needs to stand together regardless of where we can identify a threat. Thank you very much.
Kiitos paljon tästä ja seuraavaksi.
Thank you. And Søren Søndergaard.
Kollegaer.
Colleagues, in our international action plan, we stress the importance of a rules-based world order. This is a precondition for peace, and it's also decisive for smaller countries like our Nordic countries to continue to be autonomous countries. And here we see that we have binding international conventions. We have a rules-based order, and we have ICC, for example, and we see trends where the strongest tries to rule. And we see problems with the leaders of states now not being held responsible for what they do. We see a brutal attack against Ukraine from Russia, a full-scale aggression, and this is a clear example. To defend the rules-based world order, that is a key task for the Nordic countries, and here we have to do away with all types of double standards. We criticize the Russian attack on Ukraine, but how can this be taken seriously if we do not do the same when it comes to action, financial sanctions, for example? We have to do what we can also when it comes to the Israeli attacks on Palestine and the attacks that are being done there, and do something about these settlements that started long time ago. We have a rules-based order, international law, that has to apply for either everyone or no one. And here, the foreign ministers have to understand that this is more than words. It's also about action, concrete action. Thank you.
Kiitos oikein paljon ja seuraavana Alexander.
Thank you. Next speaker is Alexander Anstrup from the Center Group. And two final speakers, and then we should be able to keep up with the time schedule. Thank you. Thank you, President. Dear Speaker, dear Arctic friends, I chair the Swedish Parliament Arctic Group. We don't share just geography, but we have a shared responsibility. The Arctic region is changing, the ice is melting, new routes may open up. None of our nations can handle such challenges on our own. We need to cooperate. Perhaps more than ever, in fact, considering the security policy situation we are currently in. Through cooperation, we can be stronger, build a more robust Arctic region, better preparedness. We need to work together in big matters and small alike. I am on the Standing Committee of Parliamentarians on the Arctic region, and I've been designated Special Rapporteur when it comes to climate change and waste management. And I have a hang-up on waste. It might seem small, but it's something we can all contribute to improve. In the Arctic and non-Arctic countries alike, there are problems. Many countries bury their waste. This is not sustainable. 80% of what's received into the west coast in Sweden comes from other countries. This is all very harmful to the Arctic region, and it harms all of us. We need to do better. I ask for your help. I plead with you to spread this information and this awareness in non-Arctic and Arctic countries alike. We need to take better care of how we dispose of our waste at home, and also talk to colleagues from other countries. The Arctic is not just a place, a dot on the map. It's our shared future. Thank you.
Kiitos tästä puheenvuorosta, ja sitten meillä on vielä...
Thank you. And we have the Youth Council, Andreas Salomonsson, for 2 minutes. And here, well, please go ahead. Thank you. The world today is on fire. Ukraine is fighting for our freedom, and across the globe we ask for peace, freedom in various processes. But we see what's happening in the Middle East. It's in ruins. The Youth Council, we participate every year, all sessions, and we notice year on year that we have more interest in these issues from young individuals in the Nordics, and we want to see more of coordination. Today, there are many different tools that we could use and avail ourselves of in the Nordics to help make the world a better place. We work in many different ways today with sanctions, but unfortunately, we do not do that in an efficient manner. Some of us are members of the EU, where sanctions sometimes take way too long. And unfortunately, we have countries that also wish to help Russia and delay. And we see that there are also dependencies on certain goods, and that also creates delays. We see that there is a greater need today for us to work together. Also, countries that are not members of the EU, we have to make sure that we have proper sanctions and that it's quicker. We have to take our responsibility so that we end the wars. And we have to make sure that we maintain and respect the world order. And that is why we want to say that in future collaborations, the Nordics should be given the possibility to work with their own sanctions. Thank you.
Minä kiitän tästä puheenvuorosta.
Thank you very much for all your contributions, and we note that we have now concluded agenda item 5, the foreign policy debate. Moving on to agenda item 6, the defence policy debate. And here we have a somewhat shorter speakers list, so we will have time for discussions as well. But I'll just remind you that this minister, which will begin, will have a 5-minute speaking time, the next one 3 minutes, and if you have a rejoinder, you need to request it during the address. And then we move on to 6.1, which is the presentation by the Minister for Defence, Paul Jönsson of Sweden, will be given the floor and present the Nordic cooperation between defence ministers.
Tack så mycket, herr president, ärade ledamöter.
Thank you, President, esteemed members of the Nordic Council. A warm thank you for this invitation to address you on this, the 77th session. I appreciate it very much. I myself was a member of the Nordic Council for 6 years when I was a member of Parliament. In my capacity as Minister for Defence in the host country, I will give you an account of the work under the Finnish presidency in Nordefco and discuss how this in different ways can contribute to strengthening NATO and not least its northern flank. What drives a lot of the Nordic defence cooperation and sets the dimensions for it are the new defence plans established and prepared in NATO and the new military capability requirements which follow as a result of those new plans. And it's a very positive factor to note that the Nordic countries are gathered together in the JFC Norfolk Military Command, and all Nordic countries also contribute to NATO's very prominent presence in Finland, what's usually refers to as FLF Finland. Mr. President, 2 years ago, I addressed this assembly in the Nordic Council session in Oslo, and I noted back then that we were in a historic time in terms of the Nordic defense cooperation. Well, that thesis still holds, and the Russian full-scale invasion of Ukraine has created enormous suffering in Ukraine and drastically deteriorated the security situation in our neighborhood. We need to relate to the fact that Russia appears to be willing to take ever greater political and military risks, and Russia which also appears to act covertly and undeniably in the grey zone between complete peace and full-scale war by way of different types of hybrid operations. In the Nordics, for all intents and purposes, we have consensus on Russia and the dimension of this threat, and we've also responded in terms of organization and resources. As we know, Finland and Sweden have joined NATO. Denmark have left their reservation on the European Defence Cooperation, and we see a closing of Norway and Iceland and the EU defence and security policy. And add to this the fact that all Nordic countries have signed so-called DCA, in-depth cooperation agreements with the US, to build better preconditions to receive support by the US in a crisis or war situation. And all Nordic countries also have very ambitious defense investment plans to reach the objective within NATO, and all Nordic countries are also, in fact, at the top when it comes to support for Ukraine. So there are a lot of factors that we share, a lot of common denominators. As we know, the Nordic region also constitutes one cohesive military strategic area. We have a mutual dependence situation for supply of goods, access to ports, infrastructure, and transport routes. Amongst ourselves, this fact is central and crucial to Nordic defence cooperation, and as neighbour countries, we're not only neighbours, but now we're also allies. It is very clearly laid down in the shared political vision we have for the Nordic cooperation, the NORDEFCO, as it's called, Vision 2030, signed by the Ministers for Defence. A new Memorandum of Understanding has been signed to ensure that we have a roadmap for the implementation of this vision for NORDEFCO 2030. And Nordic cooperation is something which comes into play in defense and political cooperation. Nordic Air Force have developed a special cooperation, Nordic Air Power concept, so that we can act jointly with our air forces through shared planning, situational analysis, and management and steering. A Nordic division consisting of 13 officers from the Nordic countries has also been set up in Bodø, and the Nordic countries now virtually always coordinate the support to Ukraine. One example is the training and exercise set up in southern Poland, where we will train Ukraine brigades. The material cooperation has also progressed. I'd like to mention the strategic partnership agreement, very much focused on ammunition and NAMO, and we've recently signed a letter of intent when it comes to unmanned aerial systems. There are many examples. As you've heard, the Nordic cooperation in defence has never been as in-depth as before, and we are no longer only partners, we are allied in NATO. Thank you for your attention.
Kiitos ministerille tästä.
Thank you very much, Minister Jonsson. Krista Mikkonen has requested the floor for the first rejoinder. And I'll remind you all that the speaking time is 1 minute for rejoinders.
Puhun suomeksi.
And I'll be speaking Finnish. Mr. President, Minister, yesterday we heard from the President of the Commission that we need more electricity, more electricity, which is why perhaps we could use every single opportunity available to us to produce clean energy, and we have good preconditions for that in the Nordics. However, I also noticed and wondered when I read the news about Sweden's defence and armed forces having not allowed permits to or license to build 13 wind power stations or farms in the Baltic Sea. No other Baltic state has had a problem with wind power. And within the armed force, why has Sweden taken such a decision when many other countries around the Baltic Sea instead believe that you can actually link surveillance to wind power? Thank you very much to the member for the question. I appreciate that we've got no problem with wind power per se, but it's where these wind power farms lie. So, for example, if they are turned towards Kaliningrad, then due to the limitations that we have as regards to airborne sensors and surveillance and identification of ballistic missiles, aimed at Sweden's territory, then yes, perhaps we say no to wind power farms. And we have approved some on the west coast, for example, and a number of other areas. But where it hides the view with regard to Russian military capacity, etc., then of course we cannot say yes to sea-based wind power. Thank you very much, Högni Höjdal.
Olkaa hyvä.
Ja, herr president, och tack, herr minister.
Mr. President, thank you. As we heard, there are major investments made in all the Nordic countries in defense and the armed forces. And one of the recommendations in a Nordic context has been that in the Nordics, when we invest in defense, we must also have a reverse dual use if we invest in defense. This is also a way of securing civil preparedness, environmental, ship-related issues. And my question, therefore, to the Swedish minister is this. How is this coordinated to ensure that the investments made right now are not only rushed through and that it is harsh military material only, but rather that these are investments which could also serve a civilian purpose?
President, och tack för frågan.
Thank you for that question. I appreciate it. In Sweden, we've tried to ensure good coordination between civil defense and military defense, because otherwise we won't get use for the large amounts invested in military defense. And the government has a special minister for civil defense. He's actually next door to me, next to my office in the Ministry for Defense. And so the civilian and military defense are in the same ministry. If you look at the increase in percentage, we're increasing more in civil defense than in military defense. But this also comes after decades of underinvestment. But when it comes to making use of these very large amounts of money invested in defense elements, I'm not concerned, because we have the military capability requirement plans in NATO, so I'm not terribly concerned. We will be able, amongst ourselves, all the countries in NATO, coordinate in our investments, ensuring that the new defense plans in NATO can be implemented. Thank you for this question.
Tästä seuraavaksi Bryndis Haraldsdottir.
Thank you. Bryndis Haraldsdottir is next.
Hej, jeg taler på islandsk.
I'll be speaking Icelandic. So I'd like to thank the Minister for his account, and I agree on that it's very important that we work together, and we have a cooperation with Greenland and the Faroe Islands. It's important that you cooperate too, that we cooperate closely. So I have a question, because I saw in the news that Norway, Sweden, Denmark and Finland have concluded a new agreement with regard to drones, and why Iceland is not included in that is my question.
Tack, president.
Thank you, and thank you for the question. Iceland has limited military resources and therefore has not identified a need for this. I cannot say this, on behalf of Iceland, so I am welcome to, would just like to underline that the important defence work that Iceland has done, for example, with FLF Finland, but also the important measures that you're taking, for example, when it comes to mines, etc., that you're working together with Lithuania, where you are leading a coalition, also the healthcare efforts also that you have made in Ukraine. So your input is always welcome. And actually, I don't know why Iceland wasn't included in the drones negotiations. Perhaps it was something that it didn't impact Iceland, but the other Nordic countries instead. Thank you.
Kiitos tästä. Seuraavaksi Lars Buss ja...
Tack, Lars Buss, and Helene Björklund will be ready to go next.
Herr President.
Mr. President, When I was involved in the revision of the Helsinki Agreement, one of the points I was pushing for was to ensure that we open up for both defence and security policy at the Nordic Council. The total shift of paradigm had already begun, since Sweden and Finland had both applied for NATO membership at that time. For the first time since 1523, the Nordics would have a shared defence and security policy. Over the weekend, the Swedish Conservative Party, the Moderates, made a number of decisions at the party congress in this area, and we saw the Nordic perspective being requested, in particular in terms of security policy. We want to promote stronger Nordic cooperation in defence and security, and perhaps the clearest decision made since Sweden joined the NATO from a Nordic perspective is the fact that we've taken upon ourselves the responsibility to run FLF Finland, the prominent troops to be positioned in the northern parts of Finland. And in this connection, I would like to ask the Minister for Defence, what's the current status? How much have been progressed in terms of the preparations for this? Thank you. Thank you very much, President. And to the member, FLF Finland is a great responsibility for Sweden. Sweden is the 9th country who has framework responsibility in this way for deterrence activities and activities within NATO. In another country, in this case Finland being the host country, we work very, very closely together, Sweden and Finland, as a tandem setup. I'm very pleased, and I note that we've worked successfully to ensure that all Nordic countries can contribute to FLF Finland, because that means that we can create NORDEFCO synergies, we can have Nordic Council synergies, and I believe that FLF Finland will become a fairly important driver in Nordic cooperation and how it develops moving forward, because the outer external front towards Russia is involved in this case. So the first exercise is taking place during the autumn. All Nordic countries are involved, but also Italy, will sign up the other week, in France and the UK. So work is progressing. Thank you very much.
Kiitos tästä. Ja
Thank you. Our next speaker is Helen Björklund, and then Johan Andersson.
Tack ordförande och tack till.
Thank you, and thank you to the Minister for Defence of Sweden. Recently I went to Greenland and I met with a view, let me try to summarize it somehow, where people were saying that you are doing everything you can to support Ukraine, and the whole Nordic region saying that, but we still have this ongoing war, people dying every day. So what do we need to do? What's going to happen, if something happens on Greenland? And of course they were referring to the threats coming from the United States. So what do we respond to? What does the Foreign Minister of Sweden say? And I do understand that it's Denmark that is in charge of defence, but what would the Swedish Minister for Defence say to that? Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, the member Björklund, for your question. Two things. Now, firstly, the question with regard to Greenland, that is an issue for Denmark and is a question for Greenland, and we've been crystal clear. We are fully showing solidarity towards Denmark with regard to this. And in fact, there was a military exercise recently in Greenland where military were there to discuss these. And also within NORDEFCO, we have repeatedly discussed Arctic matters, but also Greenland issues. What can we do then to get the whole defence alliance to increase its presence in the region, in the Arctic region? And so we're having very intensive discussions within the Nordic countries on this. And then as regards Ukraine, well, my clear message here is that the Nordic countries are doing much together, but more in the rest of Europe need to do more, because it rests largely on, in fact, the Netherlands, Germany and the Nordic countries. So therefore, I expect that more countries will follow suit and increase their expenditure. Thank you. Thank you. Two rejoinders, and Johannesson, please.
Tack så mycket, herr president.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, and thank you to the Minister of Defence for this presentation. The Minister mentioned and talked about the cooperation on equipment, military equipment. I'm sure it can be developed even further. We have strong industrial components in the Nordics when it comes to military equipment, and we know, although it might not be popular with some, that we're going to need quite a lot of military equipment over an extended period of time. In Sweden, we've just adopted a strategy in the Swedish Parliament, the Riksdag, on military equipment presented by the government, and we're fairly satisfied with this strategy. We have a few comments. I'm not going to enter into the details here, but one important question for the Nordics is the ownership situation. We are very far from a deregulated market situation in this context. There's Denmark, or rather there's Norway, there's Finland. They have fully owned national industries. In Sweden, we virtually no government ownership. And my question to the Minister for Defence is, what's your approach, your stance in the longer term? How will the ownership situation develop in Sweden when it comes to the non-deregulated part? Thank you very much. Thank you, President. Thank you for your question. I know that you have great knowledge and a great interest and involvement in these issues. When it comes to the type of ownership, I'm not entirely sure that the central, crucial matter is the ownership, but rather the rate of production. Whether it's government-owned or in someone else's hand is not the crucial point to step up the pace of production. But we will need to work with the defence industry. We need to break the cost curve, and the timeline curve, whether it's in public or private hands, is something you can always discuss. There are different dimensions. Some also have a 50% ownership. I think that's for NAMO. Some have a golden share, as it's called. The essential is being able to take action and see results. The manufacturing permits are issued. You need a Swedish CEO. In the case of Sweden, a manufacturing license for defence materials. You need Swedish representatives on the board of directors, etc. I think those are more crucial. Thank you for this question. Thank you very much. And now the final rejoinder, Tornani Olsen.
Thank you, Mr. President. And good air defense, we see how important that is in Ukraine. We see it in Israel, where the bombs pouring from Russia, and then we also have Hezbollah in Gaza as well. And the good way of protecting population in Finland is now going to acquire David Sling, which is one of the best air defenses in the world. And we've seen that it works very well in many places. Now, the Swedish authorities or the Swedish state, have you looked at the possibility of also acquiring David Sling in order to have better air defences, and perhaps also a joint acquisition between all the members, the Nordic members of NATO? Is that something that you've looked into? Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you very much for the question from the member. And we are making historic investments when it comes to air defense, our air defenses, which is an area which is lagging behind. And also we have seen that Ukraine and Russia are much better when it comes to precision and also volumes of production of long-distance abilities, capabilities. I can't sort of enter into individual aspects here. That's up to the armed forces, of course. But in the last few months in Sweden, we have made decisions amounting to over 13.5 billion krona, made decisions accordingly. And we have looked at many different acquisitions and packages, the anti-drone, Lowcock, for example, improving our capabilities there for 3.5 billion. Also together with other countries, we have acquired, for example, 1,000 Patriot missiles. So we are, in fact, doing a great deal as regards air defences in Sweden, and we're open to different types of Nordic coordination when it comes to that as well. Thank you.
Kiitos, minister.
Thank you. Thank you to the minister. And thank you for excellent content, and to everyone for sticking to the speaking times. Now we have Sirte Enberg from the Faroe Islands next. You have the floor.
Kära nordiska vänner.
Dear Nordic friends, the world is around us is changing faster than we thought possible. New threats are rising, both military, technological and climate-related. For a small country like ours, there's only one way forward. We need to stand united within the Nordic region, united in our alliances and united in our values. On the Faroes, we do take our role in this kinship and fellowship seriously. The Parliament has adopted a national security policy where we have active participation in defence political initiatives. Our placement in the middle of the North Atlantic Greenland, Iceland, UK gap entails that we are a natural part of the North Atlantic security chain, and we have a special responsibility for surveillance, communication and maritime security. We are working goal-oriented to reinforce our preparedness and our resilience. It's not just about radars and surveillance, it's also about robust infrastructure, modern cyber legislation, security of supply, and also the ability to resist pressure, regardless of where it comes from nature, technology, or people. We must be able to take on threats with regard to disinformation, cyber attacks, and economic pressure. They can all be used as a weapon against our society. Security is not just about the military and our strength. It's also about how we are able to communicate our values and our decisions clearly and united, uniform. This is about standing up for international law and the rule of law, and it's about safeguarding our democracy. And we need to have to meet the challenges and do everything we can to create peace. NATO is and will be our defining security political framework. The Faroe Islands contribute through strategic placement and also through our close ties to Denmark. We support NATO and participate in NATO military exercises, and so we can react. This is all to increase our ability to react fast and efficiently. It's about responsibility and solidarity. That's why I'm particularly happy about the Arctic allies and the close cooperation that we have and dialogue that we have with regard to the region's safety and security. We know that credible deterrence is decisive for sustainable and, of course, principle of NATO. It requires that both have the will and the ability to defend our values, and also to a large extent that we are able to fight for the same values. That's why we also stand shoulder to shoulder with Ukraine, and we support them fully. The Faroes, we are convinced that our strength lies in our fellowship. When we stand together as Nordic countries, as NATO allies, as friends, it's not just not only can are we able to react to changes in the world, but we're also able to shape them. Thank you.
Kiitos tästä puheenvuorosta.
Thank you. Kim Berg from the Presidium S Group. No rejoinders. Thank you, President. On behalf of the Presidium, I'd like to first of all thank the Ministers for Defence for their accounts. Continued strong support to Ukraine is crucial for our shared joint security. We live in uncertain times, but the Nordics, Europe and the Western world are united, and all of the Nordics are now part of NATO. Now we need to go from words to deeds. Our armed forces in the Nordics need to work more closely together, and contacts need to be strengthened at all levels. Cooperation with the Baltic countries and other allies also go without saying. A more well-integrated Nordic defence is crucial both to meet Russian aggression in Ukraine and to be able to manage future crises together. The Nordics have great strategic significance close to the Arctic. We have the North Atlantic and the Baltic Sea, and a strong Nordic defence cooperation contributes to stability and strengthens both the European and the transatlantic security. The citizens of the Nordic region want to see more cooperation in both defence and security. Several surveys have shown that that is indeed the case, and the Nordic Council has been pushing for enhanced cooperation also in civil contingency preparedness and peace work. We will continue to act as a forum for parliamentary debate, will contribute with the expertise and strengthen cooperation, not least through roundtable dialogues with Nordefco. And we also support the idea of a Nordic defence and security commission with parliamentarian support. Thank you.
Kiitos tästä.
Thank you. Next speakers we have Dagbjörn Hakanadotter from the S Group.
Forseti kollegar, ég tala á íslensku.
I'll be speaking Icelandic. Sometimes I get the question whether when it's about defense and security, how can we, I mean, as I come from Iceland, how can we work with this, with democracy? We've always spoken in favor of a fundamental security. I don't think it's difficult to take a stance, because we fight the same fight as the other Nordic countries, and even if we are different in many ways, we do have our shared Nordic values. Now, this is a war of cultures that young people are being subjected to. Now, us oldies, we're not to the same extent. There's this fear and bad atmosphere that is dominating, and say to the defense ministers, you must never forget that disinformation and divides within the world of politics, these are a real threat to security and the societies that we've created. Now we keep saying that we support Ukraine, and we agree to that, but there's something that's forgotten in all of this, and that is that Iceland, we cooperate with the Nordic countries, and we have but at the same time, we see that 19,500 Ukrainian children have either been killed or been kidnapped. And of course, it costs to help, but these costs are nothing in relationship to the suffering, and it's important to bear that in mind, which is why I think it's important that we take responsibility to funding to help these children who have been taken from their families. This is important that we do this in the Nordic region. It's very important. Thank you.
Kiitos tästä puheenvuorosta.
Thank you. Next speaker is Justus Hansen from the M Group.
Mange tak for det. Kære kollegaer.
Thank you. Dear colleagues, the Nordic Defence and Security Cooperation is a clear evidence to the fact that we can do things when we work on trust, shared ideas, and an ability and willingness to work together. We're not taking our safety and security for granted anymore. Cooperation is our strongest card here in the Nordics. We support each other mutually in words and deeds alike. We exercise together. We share experiences and families and cultures. We have all this in common, including also ideologies, and we purchase jointly. We're using our resources wisely, therefore. And when we need joint action, such as the EU summit in Denmark, we are side by side to secure stability and security. But we need to be aware of the fact that it's not just about defense today, it's about robustness, values, and critical infrastructure. Denmark and Greenland recently entered into a dialogue on defense investments, including a new potential undersea cable and trying to look at how we can support and defend our infrastructure and strengthen our robustness. There's true Nordic potential here. We need to continue along this path, think in a larger scale, be more strategic, and do it together, jointly. Because our strength is not about standing alone, but taking action jointly, like a new Nordic region, with full responsibility for everyone's security and with an active contribution to the European and global stability. When we invest in each other, we invest in a stronger Nordic region, we secure the Nordics, we are more united, and we stand more firmly also when the world is more turbulent. Thank you very much.
Kiitos tästä oikein paljon.
Thank you very much. Next speaker is Ann-Christine from NF.
Ingen debatt.
Tack så mycket, herr ord.
Thank you very much. We are living in a time when we have severe tensions, defence tensions. As the Prime Minister of Sweden said yesterday, we're not at war, but neither are we at peace. And the full-scale invasion of Ukraine by Russia is brutal, and which is a violation of all international law. The security situation has deteriorated dramatically, and relations with Russia have changed fundamentally as well. The Nordic Council has for a long time been a driving force for foreign, defence and security policy cooperation, and has adopted a recommendation about setting up a Nordic Defence and Security Committee or Commission working with political dialogue in Oslo. And this is also supported by the Parliament here in Sweden. Nordic Freedom is also behind or fully supports this type of committee, given the clear support from this chamber. Thank you.
Kiitos paljon. Ja seuraavaksi Högni Höjdal Pohjola.
Next speaker, Högni Höjdal from Nordic Green Left.
Herr Präsident.
Mr. President, if international law is eroded and broken down, military force and force of weapons step into its place. When unresolved conflicts and encapsulated conflicts come as a result of imperialism in the world, and when they explode, military force will step in and override international law. Defense policy is unfortunately, due to Russia's war of aggression on Ukraine and Israel's breach of humanitarian international law, have also become highly topical here in the Nordics. And we need to be prepared for the fact that defence and security policy concerns everything. Nordic Council has been preparing for these situations, the Stoltenberg report from 2013, and the follow-up report in 2020. And what do these reports tell us? Well, they say that Nordic security and defence policy need to be based on civil considerations, and any investments made should also focus on environmental protection, seafaring, critical infrastructure, etc., etc. And all of our countries are now investing in defence. And the reports also recommend us that the Nordics need to have independent responsibility for the Arctic and the North Atlantic. And we have our allies, UK, US and Canada. We need to comply with these recommendations if possible. And what we see is that now defence and security policy is also used to breach international law. That Finland would like to cancel a landmine international treaty and weapons of aggression, and Denmark. This is something the Nordic Free Left are entirely opposed to. We mustn't lose democracy and the touch with international law and humanitarian law when defence is at the top of the agenda. This has to remain in focus. Thank you very much.
Kiitos tästä ja asiakohdan keskustelun päättää nuorten Pohjoismaiden neuvosto.
Thank you very much. And now we have the Nordic Youth Council for the final rejoinder.
Tack så mycket.
Thank you very much, Mr. President and members of the Nordic Council. Now, in the Nordics, we share not just history and values, we also share our sort of geographical fate. And currently, the world is being affected by terrible climate change, and this is really, in particular, in the Arctic. We can see this with the ice melting and is almost becoming an open sea. And this has opened up for new trade routes, and this has a negative impact on natural resources, but also this opens a new front for geopolitical struggle. We've seen this before, an aggressive Russia militarizing its bases, seeing the Arctic as an important strategic part of its major strategy. We've seen China, despite the fact that it's far away from Arctic, it calls itself an Arctic state and is expanding in the Arctic with its so-called research centers being built. The Arctic is no longer a bit of ice far away from anything. No, it is now one of the most important strategic nodes, and it's just on our doorstep. For decades, we have handled security policy in different ways. But with Finland's and Sweden's membership of NATO, and also the review of the Helsinki Agreement Treaty, the Nordic region must stand more united. This is a historic moment where we can really deal with the risks that we see in the Arctic region and together take responsibility for the Arctic region, and in that way also safeguard Europe. We must stand united in this, and we must do this in a way which also protects the population living in the Arctic or close to the Arctic region. Thank you.
Kiitos tästä. Kiitos.
Thank you. Thank you for that very interesting debate. No one else has asked to take the floor. So can we approve the accounts given by the defence ministers? Good, thank you. That is the end of that item on the agenda.
Okej, vi går nu över till punkt 7.
Item 7, speakers, parliamentary guest speakers, and we have two speeches from two prominent guests today. And we're very pleased to have the speaker from Poland, Szymon Hołownia, who's here in Stockholm today as our guest speaker. Is he here? Yes. Lovely. Thank you. But before we allow him to speak to us, we're going to listen to the speaker from Ukraine. So fortunately, our first guest did not have possibility to participate on site. Instead, we're going to listen to a digital speech made by the Speaker of Ukraine, the chairman of the Verkhovna Rada of Ukraine, Ruslan Stefanchuk. So a big thank you to you and greetings to our friends in Ukraine.
Dear Chairman of the Nordic Council,
Ordförande, Fru President.
It's an honor for me to address you today, representatives of nations that are models of democracy, dignity and unwavering solidarity with Ukraine. From the first day of the Russian full-scale invasion, your support has been visible, political, military, financial and humanitarian. Allow me to express my sincere gratitude on behalf of the Verkhovna Rada of Ukraine and the Ukrainians. We are deeply grateful to the Nordic countries, Sweden, Denmark, Norway, Finland and Iceland. We highly appreciate Sweden's 28th package, which includes support for Ukraine's defense industry. We thank Denmark for the Danish model, joint production of the weapons in Ukraine and Europe. We value Norway's nonsense program. We are grateful to Finland for creation of the Finnish-Ukrainian investment instrument and to Iceland for logistic and humanitarian support. You stand by us during the most difficult time. You stand by us today. Your assistance is not only about numbers in aid's package. It means thousands of saved lives and protected cities. Today, Kremlin is turned winter into a weapon, striking energy facilities, trying to leave Ukrainians without heat, light and water. This is not a military strategy. It is a terror against civilians. Ukraine needs more weapons and stable long-term production and supply programs. The only ways to stop this war is to make it costly for Russia. Target all sectors of the Russian economy. They should be global, synchronized and without loops. We expect that the special tribunal for the crime of aggression will start its work in 2026. Russia must compensate for the destruction it's caused. Frozen Russian assets must be used as well. We support the creation of an international compensation mechanism. This would be a fair and strong signal. No one case waged war without consequences. Our strategic goal is to create a new security architecture that will make it possible for aggression to occur again. Ukraine requests reliable international legal security guarantees. NATO membership is the best way forward. We always see Ukrainians' integration into the European Union as part of this joint security system. Ukraine continues reform even under fire, so we hope to open the fast negotiation cluster ASAP. Dear friends, we should stay united. We should protect together our values and future. We should stop the evil that should be punished. And only so we will restore justice and secure a peace that is both fair and lasting. At the end, let me invite you to take part in the 4th Parliamentarian Summit of the International Crimea Platform, which will be held in November in Stockholm, to show our unity, to show our determination, to show our invisibility. Glory to Ukraine.
Thank you very much for this contribution. Under this item, I now have the honor of welcoming the speaker from Poland, Szymon Hołownia.
Poland is an incredible important partner for both of the Nordic countries and the broader European security and defense landscape. We are honored that you are here, Mr. Szymon Hołownia. Szymon Hołownia, varmt välkommen till Nordiska rådets
Welcome to Szymon Hołownia to the 77th session. You have 10 minutes for your speech. No, sorry, 15 minutes. 15 minutes for your speech, says the speaker.
Därefter går vi vidare till debatt.
And after that, we'll have a debate, a discussion, 1 minute for rejoinders or comments. Please remember that. So the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, and all speakers, honorable speakers, all members of the Nordic Council, all members of parliaments, national parliaments, dear colleagues, dear Andreas, who invited me here, Andreas Nolen. I hope that the next Nobel Prize winner in literature, actually I received one copy of his very famous book on tomatoes, his planting, so I hope that the next year I'll be invited to the ceremony of the Nobel Prize over there.
The Swedish Academy about this.
Okay, let's do it together. It will be strong endorsement from the Polish side on this candidacy. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for the invitation to your gathering, to your meeting. It's very important for me as a member of the Polish Parliament, as the Speaker of the Polish Parliament, as the representative of the Polish government and whole Republic of Poland, Polish people, that we can show again that we are not only neighbors, but we are indeed friends. Yesterday it was an absolutely amazing for me to take part in your Nordic Gala. I hope that you were all there with, you know, all of these beautiful sounds and visions of the Nordic culture. And I was especially delighted and I was touched really to the deepest of my heart when I heard Roxette playing on the scene, on the stage. Actually, I'm not an ABBA generation. I'm much more Roxette generation. And when I thought how to start my speech today, I was trying to find appropriate song from the Roxette, I would say, music dictionary. And I was thinking about It Must Have Been Love, but then it's this passage of but it's over now. I hope that it's not over. Joyride. It used to be joyride for all of us, you know, for decades, but no longer. So maybe listen to your heart. Would be good, would work. And I think it should be the one we should concentrate on during this very demanding, very challenging time. As you know, for decades, in whole Europe, in whole West, we were living on this dividend of peace. We were trying to make our societies, our countries wealthier. There was a peace. We were disarming ourselves. We were trying to concentrate on cooperation, on economy, and it was maybe not happy-go-lucky situation and era, but we forgot that, of course, there is a sense, there is a logic in thinking that profit is something very important when you are trying to build a community. It was like after World War II when European Union started. This absolutely fantastic idea of Robert Schuman and others who thought to themselves, let people do businesses, you know, let's make them, you know, work together like Germany and France. Let's join, you know, their forces so they would be not able to keep weapons in their hands. But we forgot about one very important thing, that not the profit is the factor which determines the successability of this idea of cooperation, but the values. Because if we are all making profits, but the part of this universum has completely different values that we do have, it should be a disaster. And it happened first in 2014, then in 2022, because part of this universe, and I mean Russia, for instance, we were making business with, you know, trying to civilize their relations, you know, trying to keep them busy with making business with us. We discovered that they are not sharing our fundamental values, and they can use this wealth, and you can use this profit they made against us, you know? And it was the defining moment of the completely new era in our European, and not only European, I would say, geopolitics. Because look what's going on right now. Of course, we can say after this couple of years, and thanks for the, you know, heroism of Ukrainian people, they should be praised for what they are doing, for their resistance, you know, for their consequence on the battlefield. But this total defense model they are applying successfully is something that should be copied all over the world right now. You've been to Ukraine. I was in Ukraine. You know what I'm talking about right now. And thank God that Ruslan is still the advocate, the strong voice of this attitude to these challenges we are facing together. But look, again, we are right now in the situation when not only cooperation, because Putin right now is having exactly the opposite thing to the one he intended. He wants us to be divided, we are cooperating. He wants Europe to collapse, and we are more European than ever. We are trying to fight for our common security in NATO on other fields. I will tell you where is the problem, in my opinion, because it's not on the level of I would say, defensive or defense industry cooperation, because we are doing proper things. Right now we resurrected somehow a NATO idea in our European minds and our European hearts. Right now we are remilitarizing our continent. Right now we are doing the things we should do, like Baltic Sentry, like you know, mutual air policing over in our airspaces. We are cooperating, you know, trying to find new ways to make joint ventures, to build customers' alliances on this very, very demanding, challenging defense industry market. So we are doing proper things. But I dare to say that the main problem is somewhere else right now, and the main challenge is somewhere else. Because Putin knows already that he wouldn't win this war, even a battle, on the battlefield. Because the battlefield is completely different, because of the surveillance we have right now at the battlefield, with all of these clouds of drones and everything. It looks much more like a Mad Max war in Ukraine, you know. Couple of guys on the golf cart, you know, with the cloud of drones trying to capture 1 square meter or 2 square meters of the Ukrainian soil. This is the reality of the war in Ukraine right now. Of course, all of these missiles, all of these drones trying to attack Ukraine in the heart, but the battlefield on the front is completely different. It's completely different. And Putin knows that the only war he can still win is the war inside our hearts and inside our minds. This war is about provocations. This war is about destabilization. Us from inside, not from outside. Of course, he will be still trying to provoke us with all of these drones incursions into our airspace, like it happened in Poland in September. You've heard of it, 20 drones who were flying to our critical infrastructure, who landed on our soil. Of course, he will be trying still, and it's a outrageous thing, to weaponize migration and to put the pressure on the Finnish, on the Latvian, on the Lithuanian, on the Polish border. Still, he will be trying to use all the kinetic methods of provoking us on the Baltic Sea. You know, trying to tear the cables, trying to destroy the undersea infrastructure, our energy plants, our windmill farms. He will be trying to do so. But much more important is this cognitive war. He's, you know, in Poland, he's performing for 10 years now in our internet. Imagine that during this very night, when this incursion of drones happened, they started, I mean, the Russians started the biggest disinformation campaign so far in the Polish internet, known to the government, known to the regulators. Tens of thousands of bots started their activity on Facebook mainly, trying to persuade us that they were Ukrainian drones. And they are trying to provoke us. They are trying to take us into the war which is not ours. You know, thousands of them, tens of thousands of them. So look at your political scene. It's the same thing in Poland. We are very polarized. Why? Because people are in fear. After this poly-crisis we faced during last years, you know, COVID, migrational crisis, financial crisis, war in Ukraine crisis, climate change crisis, people are in crisis mode. Not in a hope mode. They are more in a crisis mode, in a fear mode. They started to feel fear when they are looking for the future, when they are thinking of the future of the kids. You know, there is a lot of fear in them. That's why they are trying sometimes to look for the simple answers for very complicated questions and following populists from this side or another, who are giving them, you know, very easy band-aid for every problem we can imagine. We will fix it, you know, like this. And this is the very dangerous thing, because right now the sellers of fear are much more forward than we are, which we're supposed to be sellers of hope, because hope sells always better than fear. Right now, we in European politics are more still in a reactive mode for what Putin is doing. We are trying to defend ourselves. We do not have positive story, positive vision, positive emotions we can offer to people. We can offer them a little bit less of fear, but where is hope in it? Where we are leading our people? Are we only the ones who want them to defend when the aggressor, when the enemy is at the door? Or we have the idea we can commonly follow? The most important thing for us politicians is not only, you know, taking part in the big sessions, but taking care of our own Facebook, Twitter account. Every message we are sending could be a message which is awaited in St. Petersburg, in Minsk, in Moscow, because it will concern only local business, local things. But they are ready there to burn up the emotions. They are ready there to burn up the divisions amongst us. And of course, we are all fair warriors. We are all, you know, fighting for the good thing every time. I have no doubt. I'm the same. But think about it once again when you will be publishing something, going to the media. Should it be something, or could it be something they will make use of? They will try to burn up the society, make the divisions, because, you know, they won't probably be attacking us with missiles, not yet. But they can attack us from inside, our hearts, our minds. And if they will be able one day to disconnect us from the cash machines and the telephones or whatever, you know, or energy network, it will be a collapse of one government or the other. So we have to be careful what's going on inside more. What is the thing we can do together, you know, when we know it, that this is one of the biggest challenges we, parliaments, can do, because governments will be, you know, accepting the contracts, they will be making deals, they will be writing treaties. This is the work of the governments. What we can do, parliamentarians, people who are in constant contact with the people, because we are going to our constituencies. We are talking to real people in the real time. Ministers, you know, government people, they are sometimes very concentrated on the things they have to do in the government, in the ministries. But we are amongst the people. What is our responsibility? To build a community, and not only inside our countries, but to look more closely for these neighborhood alliances we can build. And of course, this is our Polish ambition to be Southern Scandinavia, what our foreign minister is reiterating from time to time. But hey, we are on the north. We are not only on the east. We are actually on the north. We are actually Baltic states because we are sharing the same Baltic Sea and the common responsibility. We are here. You know that if we will combine the GDP of all Nordic countries, 30 or and B8, Nordic and Baltic countries, and 34 million of people living there, it will be the fourth comparable to the economy of Russia. If you will add 40 million of Poles and our GDP, it will be 160% of the GDP of Russia. So it's a great power we can make use of. Right now, we need more and more. I said it yesterday to my colleague speakers from the Nordic countries, not the Commonwealth. Commonwealth was the idea for the past decades. Right now, we need common mind. We need common heart community. We can common I would say Nordic mind community or North-minded, we can call it as we want, community trying to be established in our hearts, in our politics. Let's say it Baltic, but of course I don't want Iceland or Greenland to be out of this project. That's why I will be still concentrating on the North maybe rather than on the Baltic-minded countries alliance. Let's try to think, I reiterate it, not on the Commonwealth, because we are good in making this world wealthier and, you know, in cooperation. But think about this common mind, this community of attitude we could have towards this world. We, Poland, we can be a partner in it. You have your technology, you have your innovation, we have our market scale. We have our production. We have our people ready to cooperate. Now we have our 43 billion euros of national budget, which we will be spending for defense, is 4.8% of GDP, and additional 43 billion from the SAFE mechanism we just get from the European Union mechanism, SAFE. You know, this mechanism we co-created it during our presidency. So to conclude, ladies and gentlemen, I think that one of the most important things we do have right now in the lifespan of our generation is to find the answer not only on the question how to build a submarine together, it's very important, or how to have a new project of the European tank ready to work in a couple of years, because I'm pretty sure that we will fix it, because it's just obviously profitable for every part of the scene, for every actor, so if it is profitable, we will do it. Economy will work. But there is a deeper thing. We should try to find ways to each other. We should try to find ways. You know, this our, I would say, tool we are calling the most when it comes to cooperation. Let's do something cultural, kind of a cultural exchange. It's very important, but we should go deeper. We should go deeper. If we are allies under North Atlantic Treaty, we know what is said in Article 5. That I hope not, but maybe one day we would be making decision if we should fight for each other. If we be ready to leave our homes, our loved ones, and go to fight for each other. Swedish people for Polish people for Estonian people for Iceland people. This is the important thing, and this is the stake we have right now at the table. So before it happened, and I hope it will never happen, our task is to build the community, but the real community, not only the political one, trying to keep our hearts and our minds safe. There is this saying that compass needle always points north. It's not only the saying, it's physics. So let's apply this physics to ourselves and to the world we are having. And right now, our responsibility and responsibility of our generation is much, much bigger. And the burden we are taking on our shoulders is much heavier than it used to be for decades in this peaceful Europe and in this peaceful world. It happened on our watch. Where to go? The compass needle will give you the answer. Let's go north. Let's go to you, Nordic countries. Let's go to I would say global south countries like Poland. We are still here, ready to help you and ready to cooperate. And I hope that it's a new chapter of the things we can do together in the name, in the sake of our children and all the people we love, we cherish the most. Putin will not win this war because hearts and minds are our biggest and most effective weapon we have against evil. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Holovnia, for very interesting speech. You can go down there now to wait for the questions. Vi öppnar nu upp debatten.
So now we're going to open up the debate. Now, to be as efficient as possible, it'd be good that you are prepared when it's your turn. So we're going to start by giving the floor to Eva Lind from the S Group. The floor is yours. You have 1 minute. And Helena Gellerman from the M Group, please be prepared and wait your turn. Eva. Thank you very much, and thank you very much for your inspirational speech. I'd like to ask a question about gender equality, which is where there's a backlash, really, and after the most recent election in Poland and the new government, there were high hopes that gender equality would improve, that the right to abortion, etc., that situation would improve, and that violence against women would be combated as well. So my question to you, Speaker Holovnia, so what's the situation like with regard to the Istanbul Convention, for example, and possibilities for women to have a legal abortion? Thank you.
You know how it looks like and how it works in a Polish system, that there is not only the decision of the parliament, but the law should be signed by the president. And as you know, we did have our president Andrzej Duda, who openly said that he will not let any change in this law that was created under Law and Justice. No law will be signed by him, any changes in it, and no even think about it. Right now we have the president from the same party, from the same wing of the political scene, who declared the same thing. Nevertheless, my position in it was clear from the very beginning. I consider myself as a more conservative than liberal on the question. But nevertheless, as a marshal of Sejm, I co-created and I pushed through Parliament the law which could ease a situation even a little bit, and then to open the space to the further debates on the matter. But right now I did my work. Right now all the bills, the two of them, because 4 of them were dismissed, but 2 of them still are in the committee for a year and a half now. So I really hope that the committee, I have no power on, because the committee is a completely, different body from the speaker, will do its job and will start to work on this law as soon as possible for us to vote on the plenary session, and then there will be decision of the president. Without the signature of the president, there will be no change of law in Poland, so it will be like for the next 5 years. I think that this law should be changed. This is my personal perspective. I think that we should adapt the civil partnership law. I'm one of the biggest supporters of this law, but I don't know sometimes, to be honest, why are we waiting so long to proceed it in the Parliament? Because at the end, it will be the statement of the Parliament, of the will of the Parliament, there will be a statement of the President, and there will be people who will decide who was right or wrong. So this is the status of the situation in Poland right now.
Thank you. And we will continue with Helena Gellerman. And the next speaker is Annette Holmberg Jansson.
Tack, herr president.
Thank you. Thank you, President, and thank you for a very interesting address. And as you said, we have a war in our neighborhood, and that brings me to total defense in Poland. We have seen Finland and Denmark being exposed to physical provocations, the drone attacks, and you have a very extensive border towards Russia. And considering that, the geographical position of Poland, what do you think about civil society and what role companies can play? And I also have a question when it comes to cyber attacks and disinformation, which is also something that you addressed. And what action are you taking to protect society towards those civil threats with competencies to identify disinformation? And what capabilities are there in society and amongst companies to resist cyber attacks?
Yeah, thank you so much for this very interesting and deep question. You know, when it comes to this civil society and total defense idea, I think that in the Parliament we we accepted, with the signature of the President, all the laws we need for the moment to build up our civil defense from the ruins, in fact, because, you know, during this peace dividend time, we are not, as a state, we are not taking care a lot about such things. We had different things to be done. We had different priorities. Right now, it's set, it's done. First money are going to the local communities, to the local governments. We applied new laws. For instance, when it comes to build the buildings, when you are building the building of apartments somewhere, and there is the garage underneath, it should have all the structure of the shelter, because we want, you know, private equities, private businesses to cooperate in our common safety, to invest in it. The new laws are opening the way to the more and more complex cooperation between private and public sector when it comes to the defense production, like production of drones, new technologies. So from the side of the law, everything, I think, is done, and we are still ready in the Parliament in cooperation with the President, even if he is from the different side of the road, to cooperate in it, and it goes smoothly. The question is what we can do to do more for already mentioned local governments, because in COVID pandemic and the COVID pandemic, they showed us that they are much more eligible, that they are much more agile when it comes to answer the questions of the people in times of crisis. We have to support them more, decentralize civil defense more, and we are working on it. And you asked the question about the cyber defense. We are doing whatever we can. We are a huge market, digital market. I know that they are concentrating, the Russians are concentrating right now, especially on Facebook, not on TikTok, on Facebook. Why? Because they know that we are getting older as a society. Our demography is in a deep collapse right now in Poland. We have 0.97 or around 1 of the fertility rate. So we are getting older and older, and we are still, you know, as politicians, probably everywhere we are saying, oh, youngsters, oh, there should be young people in the politics. But the truth is that the voters will be older and older from one election to another. So that's why they are concentrating on Facebook, because Facebook is for quite a vintage people like me, right? Right now, I'm still thinking that I'm young. I'm 49, but hey, it's for the elders. So they are concentrating on Facebook. They are very skillful in it. We are building our anti-digital attacks infrastructure deep in our internet system. We are quite digitalized. We have very nice, government applications. We can make 1,000 ways of use of. We are doing the things, but and this is the thing I want to point. We created kind of a, civil-military cooperation by creating cyber legion and medical legion. What does it mean? That in this cyber legion we have, of course, our cyber military force, regular military force. But we created this cyber legion under this government for the regular people, to be able with some skills, informatic skills, technical skills. They can join the legion. Some of them will be sworn as soldiers, and some of them not. Like 80% of them not. But they are in the base and they are ready to react when there will be a need from the state. When there will be the alarm signal, they are ready to cooperate, go to their computers, log in, and fight in the name of the country. The same we did with medical forces we just created. So there is an ability for every nurse, every emergency medical technician, every doctor in the country to apply and be a member of Medical Legion, and in the case of emergency to come back and help for regular medical forces to fulfill their duties. So we are trying to do our best under those circumstances.
Thank you. We are lacking of time, so if it's possible to shorten answers to 1 minute. Okay. Yes. Yes. Sen har vi Annette Holmberg Jansson.
Next we have Annette Holmberg Jansson from the Conservative Group, please. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for your very inspiring speech. Now, I come from Åland, the demilitarized Åland, one of the 8 countries. Now, the previous question touches upon the same things that I want to ask about. How does Poland look upon a greater civilian cooperation between the Nordic and the Baltic countries when it comes to hybrid threats and disinformation that you mentioned in your speech? So how can we cooperate better, Mr. Speaker? Have you got any proposal, suggestion?
1 minute.
Okay, let's bet. I think that we should do more on educational level because when I'm looking at Estonian example and any other example we can find here in the Nordic states, it's crucial to give our children this cyber competence. That they will be ready to see what is fake news, what is the provocation, what is the real threat they are finding in the web, in the internet. So we should do more on this educational level. We should combine our committees of education, to see, because it's the safety of our children, it's the safety of our families right now in many countries. But the other thing we should do, I think we should do, is to combine our invention sector and new technology sector. When I visited Estonia, they showed me this kind of cyber training ground, the drill ground. They showed me how easy it is to dismantle the system, to hack the system of these city scooters and create the absolute mess in the town. Because when you were hacked and one scooter will be, running 80 kilometers per hour, the other will stop suddenly, it will be the chaos in the town. So if you have such an invention, such a cyber ground, let's come and teach us how to do this. We can teach you on the base what we experienced. So this exchange of the new technologies, inspirational days, let's call it, fairs, whatever, conferences, I think we can do, and we can take it under the coverage of our parliaments.
Thank you.
47 seconds only.
Yes. Följande högni hoitaa.
Next speaker. Heini Hoydal, and then Marius Horny Nielsen. Please be prepared.
Seconds.
Yes, thank you very much.
Let's be a progress.
President, Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for your inspiring speech and your passion. I totally agree in the North-minded alliance and also your clear division between the responsibilities of parliamentarians towards governments in these days of the world. Even though, and you expressed the principle of hope, even though that I'm not perhaps going against your division between government and parliamentarians, we still need some beacon of hope also here for the situation in the Ukraine. And seen from Poland, how do you see the next step in peace talks for Ukraine? And which role will Poland play in that on that level?
Ceasefire, for sure. Ceasefire should be the beginning of every peace process in Ukraine. Otherwise, it will be still talking, flying, flying, and nothing will happen. Ceasefire. Then, of course, adapting Zelensky peace formula, because for us in Poland, we have the border, physical border with Russia. We have physical border with Russia's colony, with Belarus, and with Russia's victim, Ukraine. And this is the whole eastern border of Poland, over thousands of kilometers. So, of course, we want to support Ukraine, because, you know, if Ukraine will win in this conflict, we will still keep Russia 1,000 kilometers far from our border. So it's in our interest, you know, to make them safe, or to try to keep them safe. We are, of course, the part of the coalition of willing, but we decided that from our side there will be no applying this boot on the soil policy. So we won't be going, our soldiers won't be going physically to Ukraine, but we will be supporting these troops that will be going after the ceasefire and under all of these umbrellas, you know, we can create with all the logistics measures. We have this huge hub in Jasionka where 80% of the support, military support of Ukraine is going through, and we have to cover it. All of these ships are coming to Polish ports, to Polish harbors. So it's a complicated stuff to keep it secure from this side. We will be continuing to doing so. We will be sending armaments. We will be sending all the stuff they need, and we are able to give them. But there will be no Polish boot on the Ukrainian soil, and this is like a national consensus amongst us. I think that you know, supporting Ukraine, it could have many levels. One more last thing, when there was a question of this boot on the ground, go there or not go there, the main question is always rules of engagement. Who will write them? You know, and what will be the mandate of these soldiers? What would be the umbrella, security umbrella over them? NATO umbrella, different kind of umbrella. So we should be very precise on it. But first of all, ceasefire immediately, if possible. You know, and not shooting these drones and missiles to their civil neighborhoods. You know, they are shooting 500 drones every night. You know, killing people, killing children. Tell me that this is normal and we should just apply the business as usual politics to it. It's outrageous.
Thank you very much. Now we have left two questions. Följande Marius Arjo Nielsen och sen efter det har vi
Marius Arjo Nielsen och sen and then Konstantin.
Talsmann. Du skjønte jo ikke svensk, så jeg håper du skjønner norsk da. Det er jo enda mer verdensspråk. Nei?
I still don't have the English translation.
Veldig bra. Jeg bare
but we are working on it.
You have the translation?
Yes. Yeah. English is here.
Say hello to me. So.
Polen er et av landene som har tatt inn over seg den endrede sikkerhet.
And Poland is of course is building a strong deterring society with deterrence and a strong infrastructure. And in Norway, we have looked at this and we have invested a great deal in defense but focus is on a fundamental air defence in Norway, and we're also looking at different other things like building and construction material, etc., and electrical infrastructure and such like. But we also seen that what's going to cost a lot of money and time is that that we have to take account of the climate. We have climate investments, which of course reduce competitiveness and preparedness. Means that other countries run past us, China, Russia, etc. And for example, we had a report on German energy policy. We can really see how competitiveness has deteriorated. So the speaker. So does Europe really understand how serious this is, and that do we understand the severity of the security situation?
I think we do understand it, and I think that we should prioritize, the things we are doing. What is the first thing? It's, of course, physical safety of our ground, of our households, of our children. That's why we invested so much in the infrastructure. Right now, we are building this East Shield. It's like 700 kilometers of the armaments, of the barriers. They are going deep 70 kilometers inside Poland. We want to combine it with the Baltic Shield Lithuanians are building, and with the things and the armaments Ukrainians are building on their side. It's a huge project. We hope that it will be finalized in 3 years, and in 3 years will be fully operative, but it's a huge thing. Of course, we want us to be more competitive on the market. We want cooperation. We invite investors because with our own measures, maybe it will go a little bit slower. That's why we need cooperation with all of you. We are right now a big builder, big buyer, but still we want to be a conscious buyer and a conscious builder. So of course we want to keep our climate mindset still stable, but to be pragmatic as well. That's why our government, our Prime Minister, came back from Brussels last week with clear conclusion that we should think over ETS2 again. Because for countries like Poland, it will be devastating for our economy in this very peculiar, very challenging time to go under ETS2 very strict rules. We are right now trying to do whatever we can to perform as green as we can. We are building 3 big farms on Baltic, windmill farms, of course. We started our big nuclear project. We are looking forward for SMRs. I hope that they will commercialize successfully next year or maybe in 2028. We are trying to rebuild our energy mix because it's the life or death matter for us, judging the price of the energy or considering the prices of energy. So yes, we are conscious. We are trying to be pragmatic, not only idealistic, but we know that we should both. Sometimes in politics you have these politicians who are saying, like for instance our predecessors in the Polish Sejm, that you have to choose. And I will be the one who is showing you the proper choice. So being European or Polish patriot, having rule of law or, I don't know, social welfare payments. No, you can have both. And I think that we can have safe country for our kids, and we have safe country for the next generations to come. The climate change consequences are obvious for all of us, like what's going on in Jamaica, what's going on in Poland, in Sweden, everywhere. Thank you. And this knocking concept I'm buying, to my parliament.
Thank you, tack. Sista taltyr Konsta Lindi, UNR. Varsågod.
Final speaker, please.
Kiitos, presidentti. Arvoisa puhemies, kuvasitte puheessanne.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You described in a very, very good way in your address the situation that we have in Europe. We have parallel crises, geopolitical tensions, climate crisis, financial crisis, and high energy prices. But you also said that the birth rate is low in Poland, and there are smaller age groups in the younger age groups are smaller. So in Poland, what is the role of young people in this situation? How can young people participate more?
Because only you, young people, can save us from ourselves. Only you, with your vision. This is the cruelty of democracy, that older people are electing older and older people, and they are accepting the bills with the shorter perspectives of their lives, and you will stay with this and with consequences of this. So if there should be any checklist on the desktop of every member of parliament, it should be my kids checklist and the neighbors checklist. You know, would it be good for them or not? This is the only checklist, generational, not the term checklist, generational checklist, and only responsibility we should have. But we should work on demography as well. Look what's going on right now in Africa, for instance. The demography is dropping, not rising. I think that in the next 5-10 years, it will be decided if we will end with 10 billion people world or 9 billion people world. Here in Poland, in my country, we were trying to do our best to raise the fertility rate. Some of the politicians thought of women that they are like, you know, ATM for children. So we are putting money and the children is jumping out of this machine. It doesn't work like this. It's not a cash machine. So it's not enough to give a woman 500 zlotys or 800 zlotys for a child and there will be like a plenty of children everywhere. No, it needs ecosystem. It needs schools. It needs good job law, you know, for women to come back to work when they want, when they are ready to. It needs healthcare system. It needs public transport. So when we will build the ecosystem, people will be having children and will be inviting another generation, next generations to this world. And we count on you. Sorry, but I know that but it is my last word. Don't trust all of these guys coming out from these youth organizations in the political parties. Sometimes I'm looking at them in the parliament and I'm looking like, you know, xerocopies of ourselves, you know. They're wearing suits, having business cards, making pictures on the flags and everything. They are trying to be us. The only solution and the only saving moment for you is to be you as you are. Be as cruel as you want to our generation, to us elders. But please be you and save us. It's the last time, last call.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Holovnia. Jag vill återigen tacka talmannen för att ni delade era tankar med oss.
Yet again, thank you to the speaker. And that was agenda item 7. That is now concluded. Thank you.
Nu bryter vi för en längre lunchpaus.
And we're going to break for lunch and various lunch meetings. But there is a group photograph that is to be taken. And therefore, stay here for that photo. And we meet here again at 2 o'clock.
Voitko vielä mainita kaikille, että kuvautetaan kaikki tänne nyt? Kuvautetaan nyt.
Kom alla ledamöter hit ner. Fotograferna är där uppe.
Haasteita niin haasteita, kun ei näille kehtaa sanoa, että jos
Då vill jag... Now I'd like to welcome you all back after lunch, and I would ask you all to find your seats, please. Och så välkomnar jag särskilt... And I will welcome in particular the ministers for Nordic cooperation joining us here in the Swedish Riksdag and the chamber. Now it is time for the report by the Ministers for Nordic Cooperation, followed by a debate. And I ask you to please listen up, because I've received a number of queries already about the procedure. First of all, we will listen to the oral reports by the Ministers for Nordic Cooperation, with the possibility to request a rejoinder. You do this from your seat, you press the button, and for reasons, we will allow no more than, say, 2 rejoinders per report. However, after we've listened to all the reports, there's a question time, and you can put your questions to any one of the ministers. Have you understood the procedure? So if you're sitting thinking that you would like to ask a question of one of the ministers listening to the report and you're not given the floor for a rejoinder, you can keep that to the question time, because we have ample time until 3:30 for questions and answers, and we will ensure that all party groups, etc., will be given the opportunity. But during the reporting, to begin with, we're not going to allow any number of rejoinders. It may appear a little bit confusing, but we will keep good order of this, and you may speak for a maximum of 1 minute for any rejoinder. First of all, we have the Finnish minister, who will have a speaking time of 5 minutes, followed by all the other ministers of 3 minutes each. And if you would like to request a rejoinder, you do this during the report while it's being presented. And now I'd like to give the floor to Anders Adlercreutz, our Finnish Minister for Nordic Cooperation, for your report from the podium. You have the floor.
Tack så mycket. Ärade president, kära nordiska parlamentariker, kollegor, bästa åhörare. Jag har sett fram emot att stå här idag, nu när det finska och åländska ordförandeskapet i Nordiska ministerrådet närmar sig sitt slut, så känner jag en viss stolthet när jag ser tillbaka på ett händelserikt och meningsfullt år. Under 2025 har vi inlett hela 14 nya samarbetsprogram för sektorerna inom Nordiska ministerrådet. Det är ambitiösa program som innehåller målsättningar som bidrar till att förverkliga Vision 2030, att göra Norden till världens mest hållbara och integrerade region. Fru president, låt mig berätta om vår verksamhet och våra insatser under 2025. Under rubriken Ett enat och starkt Norden har Finland och Åland delat det stora ansvaret att leda samarbete inom Nordiska ministerrådet under detta år. Enade står för att vi är mer enade än på länge i Norden. När vi är enade är vi också starka. Och den styrkan behövs för att hitta lösningar på klimatutmaningar, stå oss i den globala konkurrensen och hantera kriser effektivt. Det är därför med glädje jag redogör för det framsteg vi gjort inom Nordiska ministerrådet detta år. De nordiska länderna har inom sina förvaltningsområden i ministerrådet och ämbetsmannakommittéerna arbetat outtröttligt för att ta steg framåt mot uppfyllande av vår nordiska vision. Vi rör oss systematiskt och engagerat steg för steg mot visionens mål. Barn och unga har varit högt prioriterat. Samarbetsministrarna har beslutat att stärka insatserna för barn och unga från 10 till 13 miljoner danska kronor årligen under åren 25 till 27. Det innebär fler medel till fonden Norden 0-30, där barn och unga kan ansöka om stöd för att genomföra projekt som de själva har initierat. Barn och unga får här möjlighet att mötas över de nordiska gränserna för att utbyta erfarenheter, för att lära sig av varandra och skapa gemenskap. Varje dag påminns vi alla om vikten av att intensifiera det nordiska samarbetet kring samhällssäkerhet och beredskap, som har varit ett särskilt fokus för Finland och Åland.
Under ordförandeskapet i år antogs den 5:e statsministerdeklarationen om att stärka Nordens beredskap och resiliens. Det skickar en klar signal om Nordens ambitioner. Det nordiska samarbetet och Nordiska ministerrådet spelar en viktig roll när beredskap byggs upp av hela samhället. Paletten för samhällssäkerhet den är bred. Det är fråga om allt från existentiella hot i ett långsiktigt perspektiv och upprätthållande av tilliten i samhället till sektorer som bygger beredskap för civila kriser. Det gäller hälsa, energi, utbildning, kultur, livsmedel, regional utveckling för att nämna några faktorer. MRSAM satsar 3 miljoner danska kronor årligen mellan åren 25 till 27 på detta som tvärsektoriellt tema. Fru president, Nordiska ministerrådet har varit med och lagt grunden för att förverkliga ett nordiskt baltiskt AI-center. Med en total budget på 30 miljoner danska kronor över 3 år för uppstart och etablering av AI-centret. Det är en betydande tvärsektoriell insats. Det är en investering i framtiden. Kära vänner, det nordiska samarbetet det handlar både om de stora besluten och om de små mänskliga ögonblicken. En av mina personliga höjdpunkter i år var Nordens dag som i år inföll på en söndag. Vilket gav anledning att inte bara fira en dag utan att hylla Nordens vecka från Reykjavik till Tallinn. Jag hade själv nöje att delta i en inspirerande debatt med elever från årskurs 9 tillsammans med Ålands lantråd Katrin Sjögren. När vi talar om Nordens dag kan vi inte undgå att nämna det som jag vet att ni alla här i salen är engagerade i. För på Nordens dag hyllar vi Helsingforsavtalet som undertecknades i Helsingfors den
At the moment we are investigating all the relevant legal questions for a possible revision of the Helsinki Agreement. It's Professor Elina Pertiameni at the Åbo Academy who has been appointed to lead the inquiry. It's very important, necessary first step has been taken. We're looking at the relevant aspects with regard to national legislation, EU law and international law. And based on that inquiry, which will be completed by the end of the year, the Nordic governments will then be able to take a position as to with regard to the continued process and any update of the Helsinki Treaty, and we really look forward to seeing the results of this inquiry at the beginning of the year. Thank you.
Tack så mycket. Thank you very much. I'm now going to allow two rejoinders. First, Johan Dahl from the Centre Group and then Lina Fellman from the S Group. Johan, you have the floor. Go ahead.
Ja, tack för det.
Thank you very much. I would like to put a question to the Finnish minister, who should hopefully be easy to resolve, but it's still there as a border obstacle. The recognition of driver's licenses in Finland for Faroe Island drivers. There is an unreasonable situation here. Let me explain. A person from Faroe Islands moves to Finland with a Faroean driver's license, and for the first 12 months, this individual is permitted to drive just like any other driver and holder of a driver's license. But after 1 year, the perception changes. It's no longer valid, this driver's license, and in order to obtain a Finnish driver's license, you need to sit a new test. How can Finland permit a person drive a vehicle for a full year with a driver's license that they then subsequently refuses to recognize? How can this person not be sufficiently reliable on the roads when they are during the first 12 months and then considered to be a risk? So here's my question to the Minister for Cooperation. You've heard this question before, I know this, but I've understood that there may be a solution in the pipeline with a current review of the driver's license provisions in Finland. Couldn't you confirm that that is the case? Thank you.
Tack så mycket.
Thank you very much, Johan, for a question which well highlights the obstacles to freedom of movement. They may appear quite absurd, just like this situation that you describe, in fact. I cannot here and now confirm precisely where this issue lies currently, how far it's progressed, but compared to many more complex obstacles to freedom of movement, this one should be fairly easy to resolve. Unfortunately, though, I do not have the details in this particular case. It is not part of my portfolio technically, but thank you for reminding me of this issue nevertheless. Thank you. Thank you very much. Nina Schellman from the S Group. 1 minute's rejoinder.
Thank you very much, Minister. My question is both to the Ministers for Cooperation in Finland and Sweden with regard to a problem which should have been solved and should never have arisen in the first place, and a legislative change with regard to the right to pension when you are living abroad has led to a rather unfortunate situation for Åland citizens living in Sweden, and so that they have their permanent homes in Sweden because a suitable home does not exist on Åland and is not available as such homes providing the Swedish language in Finland. Due to this amendment to the legislation in Finland, they have lost their only income, as in their pension, and Åland cannot resolve this problem. And in line with the Nordic agreement with regard to these matters, this is something that needs to be resolved bilaterally between the two countries, Sweden and Finland. And it's one example, not the only one, with regard to this cross-country dialogue when it comes to legislation that is amended or adopted and clashes with the needs of our citizens. How can we resolve this matter? How can we ensure that this does not happen again? Or is it the case that we can never get help with regard to healthcare or care across borders? Bearing in mind that we're supposed to become the most integrated region in the world. Thank you very much for your question. And of course, it's difficult to answer the question. So thank you for saying that and pointing that out already. That makes it easier for me. But we know that the payment of pensions for pensioners living in Sweden, and I mean, also the thing is that you have the right to receive care in your own language, also in mainland Finland, and there people have chosen instead to move to Sweden. Now, I can't stand here and respond to this question, how this can be resolved, but this is obviously something that should have been discussed during the preparatory phase before this law was adopted. I don't know whether that everyone who was alert, who should have been alert at the time that this law was adopted. But there are many different obstacles, as it were, cross-border obstacles. Therefore, it would be important that as we go through the 33 prioritized areas that we're discussing when it comes to these obstacles and the freedom of movement, that this should be included, and it's easier to do it right first time rather than correcting something afterwards. But that's also something that we'll have to get back to. Yes. Thank you very much. Thank you. And thank you very much to the Finnish Minister for Cooperation. And let's proceed with the next minister, and that's Annika Hamburg. So please respect the time so that as many people as possible can ask questions in the question and answer session.
Fru President, nordiska parlamentariker.
Thank you, Madam President. The Nordic Region 2025 is strong. It's not just the heading of the Finland and Åland program for the Nordic Council of Ministers. It's a promise and a responsibility to work together to build a Nordic region that can be a steady force. And like my colleague Adlercreutz mentioned, we've had an eventful and meaningful year, and it's not over yet. During our presidency, we've held a seminar in Mariehamn where we reflected on possibilities and challenges for the future and our cooperation. The Nordics and its meaning in a global context, civil contingency preparedness, Nordic education and labour market from a competitiveness perspective, not least. What should this cooperation look like in the future to remain a strength for us? Focus has to be on our citizens. Our cooperation should lead to Nordic everyday benefit to our citizens and businesses. It's about prioritizing, doing away with obstacles to freedom of movement, making it easier for people to commute, to have exchanges between our countries. From the Åland Islands perspective, I'd like to underline that we would like to introduce more politics and less formalities in our exchange. The joint statement by the Prime Ministers from May of this year highlights the cooperation of Åland Islands in the Haga Cooperation, and it's crucial that we now move from words to deeds. If we mean what we say when we want to strengthen Nordic cooperation in crisis preparedness, all 8 Nordic countries need to be allowed to take part on an equal footing. As for the Helsinki Agreement, Professor Elena Pirianten-Niemi's statement on behalf of the Nordic Council of Ministers is expected by Åland. It's expected to be concluded by the end of the year. And from an Åland perspective, it is important that we then appoint a commission in accordance with the recommendation from the Nordic Council. The commission needs to be given the remit of putting together concrete proposals for an updated version of the Helsinki Treaty. I hope that the discussions and the constructive nature of this agreement can continue in a good dialogue between our 8 Nordic countries. And by way of conclusion, dear friends in the Nordics, 8 governments and parliaments, 8 Nordic countries, let's show the world that we 8 can work together. Together we are strong, and together we can make a difference for our citizens. Thank you.
Thank you very much. There are 2 rejoinders as here. So from below here, so the first one is Marit Kastrev from the K group, and then Kjell Arne Ottosson from the N group. Be prepared, please. Thank you very much. This is actually geared towards all the Nordic ministers. In 1993, an agreement was concluded which was adopted when Greenland and the Faroe Islands joined. And this is an agreement aimed at the freedom of movement for professional healthcare workers. At the same time, ensure that the staff have the right skills and qualifications. And I know Åland and Finland have a problem, and that is that when you become a doctor in a Nordic country, you can work wherever and you have rights. But then if there are complaints or if that certification is then withdrawn, that information does not reach the authority inspectorates in each respective country, and which can, of course, be very dangerous for our patients. And I wish, therefore, that this is something. I mean, we have tried for long to make things safer for patients. I think that this should be possible as well. Thank you very much for that question. And it's a very important subject that you highlight there about trained doctors being allowed to work anywhere in our Nordic countries. It has to do with the freedom of movement, an open labour market, and also what's important, and that is that our patients should feel safe. So that if a license is withdrawn in one country, for example, and this important information is then not conveyed in the others. I haven't got an answer to your question, but it is naturally a question that needs to be prioritised, and I do hope that our social ministers, in fact, discuss that together, and so that this can be resolved in the future. Thank you. Kjell Ottosson from the M Group, please.
Thank you, President. I didn't intend to request a rejoinder from Annika Hamrud, but then because what I want to talk about now, I intended to talk about later. But then she said something that really made me happy. More politics and less of the formalities. Yes, thank you very much. I hope that Minister Hamrud truly can get her colleagues on board to do the same. Just over an hour ago, we were in a political dialogue discussing this very matter. and the new mandate for the Council on Freedom of Movement and the cooperation ministers, of course. And we see that it's even more focused on processes and less of concrete policy and politics. So the new mandate is sort of contradicting precisely what Minister Hammerud just stated, but it was what she said from the podium here, from the rostrum, which is the right way forward, because that's when we make a difference to ordinary people who live and work along our borders. That's why we're here, otherwise we wouldn't be here. How do you intend to get your colleagues on board? Thank you very much, Kjell-Arne. I don't agree entirely with you that the new cooperation plan should be too or very much more formalized. The idea, of course, is that we do it in a more efficient manner and the Minister for Nordic Cooperation can cooperate better, and that we can be quicker to move forward, impact our own governments, to influence them in this direction. But this is the challenge, isn't it? In the world of legal issues, we raise too many problems and questions, and politics need to come in and be very clear in setting the direction. What do we need to resolve? And be very clear also to our officials and ministries so that they know which road we intend to take. Thank you very much for this round of rejoinders. Moving on, and the next minister that I would like to welcome up here is Berlin.
Och du har också 3 minuter.
Madam President, Nordic parliamentarians, we are living in a time because of a major change, war in Europe, hybrid attacks, migration, uncertainties, and at the same time, our democratic values, some of our institutions are under threat and attack. And public safety, security, resilience, preparedness are on the agenda. And that is why we need more Nordic values around the world, not fewer, because our region is good at something. We can say it and we can be it. We can be proud of this. And if you come from the outside to come to the Nordic region and adapt to our values, it must adapt to our values, not the other way around. Now, the presidency of Denmark and the Faroe Islands, we're going to try to work for cohesion and try to get all the 8 Nordic countries closer, even closer together, so that we work towards this vision of the most integrated and most sustainable region. And we're going to do that by working with tangible policy areas, but also by having a specific focus on reinforcing this cooperation that we have in civil society as well at that level. Because in the Nordic region, we have the Nordic populations first and foremost, and we have we share many things: culture, history, our social structures, our languages, our values, if you like. And all this can be put into challenged by geopolitics, for example. And after Russia's attack on Ukraine, the Nordic Council of Ministers decided to start a new project where we were preparedness in the Nordic region. And this is something that we're going to intensify during our presidency. And we have to safeguard our democracies, so we can't take this for granted. Disinformation is characterizing public debate and undermining our societies. We need to stand united. Now, our competitiveness is inherently strong, but we need to reinforce it. We need too much regulation, rules, etc., prevent businesses in their work to grow and to set up workplaces, which is why we have started looking into Nordic competitiveness, and the results is something that we want to highlight during our presidency. And we know it's very important that we really understand the strength of our cooperation and our kinship. So during our presidency, we're going to try to find support from the other Nordic countries to set up a committee to prepare proposals to review the Helsinki Treaty, an update which will lead to good cooperation between all 8 Nordic countries, because united we are strongest. Thank you.
Tack så mycket.
Thank you very much. And here I will also allow two rejoinders. The first, Bryndis Haraldsdotter from the Conservative Group, and Högni Höjdal, secondly, from Nordic Green left.
Forseti, ég tala på íslensk.
I will be speaking Icelandic.
Takk fyrir ræðuna og ég ætlaði nú óska líka eftir.
Thank you for this report. I would also like to ask a question of the Danish minister, but in any case, my question concerns the revision of the Helsinki Treaty. And when it comes to this revision, I have a difference of opinion here. I'll allow myself that.
Vi är Bryndis ny tid. Du får din minut. Du kan börja om, Bryndis. Varsågod.
Okay. Tack. Heyrðu du núna och fær tulkun í eyru.
Can you hear me now? Excellent. Thank you. Many thank you for your report. And as I mentioned, this is also for the Finnish minister. You touched upon the same issues, and I disagree to some extent when it comes to the revision of the Helsinki Treaty. We have at least 2 years of history already in the books. We did review the treaty. We expressed a wish for evaluations by various experts, and the Nordic Council made its conclusion last year and sent it to the governments that they were entrusted with the task of carrying out this revision. This is both about being on an equal footing within the Nordic region. It's about defense and security and rewording some of the wordings in various parts of the treaty. This is a very extensive task, I know that, but it's very important to know that everyone's taking this seriously, including the ministers. The request has been made a long time ago already. Thank you very much. I can agree with you that we're not starting from scratch. We're continuing on a process that's been going on for a while. There have been recommendations and a very active debate on this topic. So we're not starting from square one. But I can also agree that the Nordic cooperation ministers should perhaps take hold of this issue, and it is a matter of priority for the Danish and Faroe presidency to get started with the work on putting together a commission. And we need to look at what themes are necessary, what parts need to be updated. And in my report, I underline the fact that we feel that we should include equal footing cooperation between all countries. I mentioned that when I made reference to our presidency program. So I agree that we need to have a political ownership of this issue, and during our time in the presidency we will do everything we can. Thank you.
Tack så mycket för det.
Thank you very much. We have the next rejoiner from Höjdal.
Yeah, for President.
Yes, Madam President. I think it's slightly the same question than the one we've just heard. And we want a revision, an amendment of the treaty, and putting us all on an equal footing. That must be done, absolutely. But then there are other things. For example, all these amendments that we are looking at, also when it comes to obstacles, for example, many of those could have been avoided if in the Helsinki Treaty has been introduced to ensure that the individual citizen had the rights across national borders. So the question then, how visionary do the Ministers for Cooperation be, and you, Denmark, and the Faroe Islands in your presidency, how visionary are you going to be to include this in the treaty as the Nordic region, as the most integrated and sustainable region in the world? So, because here, then you would have the tools at your disposal. I would like to be visionary, I must say, yes. if visionary, every visionary and update, you go through a document where you have concrete rights with regard to borders. I mean, we do want to be visionary, we do, and that is why for our presidency, together, close cooperation with the Faroe Islands, this is a priority. That's why we said this is a priority. And the Prime Minister said as well that we must revise the treaty with regard to being on an equal footing and so on. And if, for example, Greenland, the Faroe Islands and Åland want to be on an equal footing, we want to be visionary in the way that we approach this and have a document which is, I mean, about introducing rights for the civilians across national borders. I'm not sure that's the right way to go. But I mean, we do want to be visionary about an update of the treaty. That we want to modernise Nordic cooperation. Thank you very much for that round of rejoinders. Next speaker is Bjarne Carlsson Pettersen. You have 3 minutes.
Tack, herr president.
Thank you, Madam President. Nordic Council. Next year, Denmark and the Faroe Islands will take over the presidency of the Nordic Council of Ministers. We look forward to it with great expectations, and we're highly dedicated. We take this upon ourselves in a particular time where, for the first time in 30 years, we have a historic opportunity to revise the Helsinki Treaty. And this is something that we believe that we can and should make the most of. Therefore, we look forward to, hopefully already in the early parts of 2026, that the ministers of Nordic cooperation can agree to appoint a commission with the task of looking into the areas where there's a need for amendments or adjustments in the treaty. As far as the Faroe Islands are concerned, it is, of course, central and crucial that the Faroe Islands, just like the Åland Islands and Greenland, are given the possibility to become members in their own right and signatories to the Helsinki Treaty, if and when they so wish. We also want to focus on competitiveness. This is an important part of Nordic development, and it is a prerequisite for growth and to continue and upholding our welfare states. And it strengthens our resilience. Other important topics will be preparedness and securing our societies. This is going to be the main topic for the summer meeting on the Faroe Islands in June. We will focus on preparedness and how to secure our societies, building on the important steps that the Finnish and Ålandic presidency have taken during 2025. These were core issues. We are in a time when it's time to make the Nordic region more robust, both in light of upcoming crises and to defend ourselves against hybrid threats. To succeed that, all of the 8 countries of the Nordic region need to contribute actively in all areas. We've seen how rapidly a supply chain can collapse and the extent to which this has consequences to our citizens, our businesses, and our shared welfare states. It's important to uphold crucial, essential functions in society. It's a central element in strengthening the security and preparedness. When we coordinate our efforts, we become more robust and more forceful. And in this context, I'd like to underline the Haga cooperation, which plays a crucial role when it comes to preparedness in the Nordic countries, and all 8 countries should take part actively in that cooperation as well. We are in turbulent times, Madam President, and it is crucial that the 8 Nordic countries stand together, because if we stand together, and when we do, we are stronger. Thank you. Thank you very much. Now we're going to have 2 rejoinders. The first to Juni Orsta from the Centre Group, and then Bryndis Haraldsdottir from the Conservative Group. 1 minute each.
Thank you, Madam President. I'm going to be speaking Finnish, I think. Thank you very much for your account. and your address. We've heard several addresses that Faroe Islands and Åland and Greenland, that they shall be on an equal footing in the Helsinki Treaty. There are 8 countries included, and Denmark has been very clear on that matter. And when I listened to the Prime Minister Mette Frederiksen from Denmark, it was a bit unclear whether she actually is already understands that foreign policy will be part of the agreement. Talked about defence and security and foreign policy, preparedness, inner security, they're all part of this. Can you decide whether or how Denmark's position with regard to foreign policy also being a substantial and important part of the Helsinki Treaty? Thank you very much for the question. Just to be sure, you're talking about foreign policy, right? I think there are many important things that need to be discussed in the Nordic cooperation. All 8 countries should participate in the discussions, but you should also respect the fact that there are certain matters. For example, you have Danish and ferries authorization, Finnish, Åland, etc., that you need to include in that. But when it comes to preparedness, that is, of course, something. I mean, in Greenland it's Danish, and in Faroe it's Faroese preparedness. So therefore, those who are responsible that can participate in the discussions. And when it comes to security and foreign policy and defence policy, then of course it's so important for us in the Nordic region. It's very important that all 3, Greenland, Faroe Islands, and Åland, even if we aren't responsible for these areas as per se, that we participate in the discussions because they also affect us, and I think that will be important for Nordic cooperation going forward. Brunda Haraldsdottir next from the Conservative Group, please.
Tack, och jag talar isländsku.
Thank you, and I will be speaking Icelandic. President, Minister, congratulations. We wish you all the best for the upcoming presidency of the Nordic Council of Ministers. I would like to continue along the way and asking about the upcoming Commission. I would like to know who you intend to appoint to such a commission to make proposals to you on how the Helsinki Treaty should be revised. And I'd like to inform you that we appointed a committee with elected representatives from all countries. Can we ensure that genders, all countries are represented, or are you considering senior officials, or is it rather members of parliament? Is there anything in the resolution from the Nordic Council declaration? Is there anything in that which requires you to do things differently? Thank you for this question. And first of all, I think it's very important to appoint a commission quickly. Politically, we've already clarified that this is something that is much sought after. From the Faroe Island perspective, we're very much in favor. I think that you need to bear in mind that we have national legislation, EU legislation, etc. to consider, so it's very important to have competence. And once you've dealt with the legal provisions and the legal framework, you can then move on and to take the next steps. When you appoint a commission, you need to also be aware that a revision is a political product in the end, and so politicians need to also be involved. The politicians, after all, are the ones who will make the call on how future Nordic cooperation will be designed and how it will pan out. This is a discussion that needs to be taken between the Nordic cooperation ministers and the Nordic Council of Ministers, so we need to all be involved. And we will look at this during our presidency in 2026. Thank you.
Tack så mycket.
Thank you very much for this round of rejoinders. And next minister is Logi Einarsson. Welcome up, 3 minutes.
Forseti, kæru kollega.
Madam President, dear colleagues, it is a real pleasure to be here for my first session of the Nordic Council. And I'd like to spend these minutes to speak a little bit more in general terms, even if, of course, I would like to touch upon our priorities. So even if the challenges during the Cold War were complex, the world situation was in some ways easier. It was like a bipolar world. Today, the situation is much more difficult. We have traditional war at the same time as we have new technological hybrid attacks, and then we have also artificial intelligence, which can revolutionize. So this world is multipolar. So we're not talking about a struggle between two ideological systems anymore, East and West. We have countries that used to be poor and with large populations are now taken a step up with as regards welfare and have much greater influence. And as regards the digital revolution makes it easier for smaller and more groups to gain large influence, and that's for both a good perspective and a bad. And the history of humankind for thousands of years has developed slowly in a linear way, regardless of whether we're looking at an era where major events have happened, for example, during the Reformation, etc. Our moral judgment has been able to follow throughout this and keep pace with this developments. But with new technology, this is all developing explosively, and we humans then are finding ourselves in a much more complex situation. So in these circumstances, it's more important than ever for nations that share the same values as democracy, equality, freedom, that they stand united. And that's why I would like to reinforce Nordic cooperation as much as possible, which is why I support the initiative of the new Nordic AI Centre, where we promote our languages in the digital world. And I also support the fact that we strengthen our infrastructure as well, and open to ensure that we have open, dependable and safe data, which is why I also support the doing away with obstacles to our borders, so that we can become the most integrated region in the world, which is why I also support our cooperation within the revision of the Helsinki agreement, or treaty rather, and I also support our cooperation within culture and art, education, science, welfare, and together we are the 5th greatest economy in Europe and the 10th largest in the world. And I think therefore we should be successful in kinship and fellowship. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And we will allow 2 rejoinders. The first is Epinia Perolito from the Social Democratic Group. And Oda Ingard has the floor for the second rejoinder. 1 minute each.
Kiitos, arvoisa puheenjohtaja.
Thank you, President. I'm going to be speaking in Finnish. Thank you to the Minister for this presentation. You emphasized several different important points. It is precisely as the politics of large states become ever stricter with military threats pending, we also have other threats and challenges we need to deal with. Which mobile phone you choose, which apps you use, and all the data you feed into AI, that can also impact big politics. Our superpower in the Nordics was never, ever hardline defense. Rather, a lot of our strength was to be found in democracy, media freedom, etc. And I'd like to hear from you on the point of how the Nordics together and separately can support an independent media sector. And also comment on some of those other strengths that are trying to hijack it. Thanks. Thank you for a very important question indeed. We are faced with this just like other countries, and a situation where these are hard times for the media sector, and we need to step in and support them in one way or another. And of course, we need to also ensure that these gatekeepers of truth and information can operate. Whilst at the same time, we need to make sure that we enhance the ability of our young people to be critical of sources and aware of these issues. And this is why our media is so important. We need to be able to trust them, and we do in many cases, of course. There are, needless to say, other things we can and should do as well. We can contribute with funds, we can support them financially, we can also provide information on how we intend to manage and handle social media. There are many different elements, but I agree that we need to strengthen independent media. Thank you.
Next, we have Inga from the Centre Group, please. 1 minute. Thank you very much. Thank you for the Minister and for this is an important question. I think that's what. Thank you for being allowed to ask it. Now, you spoke about new technology that can have an impact on our preparedness. But Norway, Sweden, Denmark, and Finland are at the top, as it were, when it comes to Reporters Without Borders, and they point at the political and financial interests are threatening freedom of the press. Freedom of the press, as the Minister mentioned already, is under pressure throughout the world. And in the Nordic region, we will be stronger if we, of course, if the freedom of the press is as strong in all our countries. So what can we do to reinforce that freedom of the press so that it's at the same level in all Nordic countries? Well, now, freedom of expression in Iceland is strong, but it's right what you're saying there, that when it's about faith and trust, then Iceland is, you can only find Iceland on the 17th place. And there are many things that play into this, and I think amongst other things, some of the larger media are large interest groups in business, and individual politicians have sometimes, I think, been uncareful when they've spoken about the media. And I think these are things that we are looking to see, because we would like to be in the same position as Sweden and Denmark when it comes to people's faith in media. And we can only do that if the Icelandic government supports the media financially so that they can remain independent and then they can work in a neutral way. They have done that, but we are in a serious situation, just as you said.
Thank you very much. And then we have the next Minister, Åsmund Aukrust. You have the floor for your report. 3 minutes speaking time. President, parliamentarians, thank you. And as I said at the debate on foreign policy, the Nordic cooperation is more important now than perhaps ever before. And the Helsinki Treaty lays the basis for our cooperation at Nordic level. The Nordic constitution, as it were. And in the upcoming report of the work that is being done, we expect the report before the end of the year, and we will have good discussions. We look forward to receiving the results. We live in a time with a great deal of uncertainty. So I'd like to thank the Finnish and Åland presidency for focusing on security and growth, physical preparedness, mental power of action. We have a lot to learn from each other and how we can work together and how we can emphasize our potential in the Nordics. We've seen a very interesting development in our debate. Safeguarding democracy, trusting each other is, of course, the superpower of the Nordics, but it's not something we can take for granted. It's not something that we just get provided with here. It's about how we've built our societies. And there are several issues at stake here. We see more marginalization, trust in public institutions is dropping. We know that social media strengthens polarization. Disinformation is a major challenge. But we are politicians not to be concern, but to do something about these problems. So it's very good that we can discuss this at Nordic level as well, how we can work together to face these challenges. And the Demos project is one good example. So, dear colleagues, we share a vision that the Nordics will be the most integrated and sustainable region in the world. We share oceans and seas and ecosystems with each other. We have a shared vision on a green and Nordic region, and we have the obstacles to freedom of movement. We need to do more to ensure integration. We need to take action at the same time in all the countries. And we now have a project where we look particularly at the work in the area of electronic identification. That's a very important place to start. There is a pilot being prepared. That's a very good step forward. So we just need to also be patient because it takes a great deal of work, also legally and technically, but we should be able to conclude. We just need to allow ourselves the time needed to be perfectly safe in the solutions. And finally, colleagues, let's use the Nordic cooperation to make our societies safer, to ensure that we build a more inclusive, sustainable and future-focused Nordic region. We do it for our countries, for our citizens, and not least for future generations. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And again, we have rejoinders. Kjell Ottsson from the Centre Group, please. 1 minute. Thank you very much, Madam President. Nobody requested a rejoinder, so therefore I thought that was not very nice for him. So therefore I had to change things, didn't I, to correct it. Now, in Reykjavik last year, the session, your predecessor I asked questions to with regard to the revision of the Nordic Agreement, and there it was very pleasing to hear many understood that there was an opening with regard to that. Norway was positive to open up this issue. I realised that this was important, even if it was a complicated matter. And then there was a change of government in Norway, and you had a new Nordic Minister for Cooperation. So I have to put the question to you now, the new minister. So what's the situation for the new Norwegian government? Are you still open to a revision of the Nordic tax agreement or not? Thank you very much for a very important question. Tax policy, of course, is very important in the Nordic context. Of course, there are obstacles. We have borders, and we can work on one side and live on the other. The border between Norway and Sweden is, of course, the longest border in Europe. And as regards the tax agreement, we have the main track there is that OECD, because it's important for us that we need to cooperate properly there, and that's where we have a value there. But we don't want to do this. We don't want to duplicate our work and do this in different arenas. It doesn't become twice as good if you do it in two places. So therefore, your question with regard to tax agreement will be within the OECD, which I think is the best answer to give you that I can give you. Thank you very much for that. No further rejoinders requested. So let's proceed with the next Minister for Cooperation, which is Jessica Rosenkrantz. Welcome up on to the podium. You have 3 minutes at your disposal. So that's the final round before we have the question and answer session, and you have to request rejoinder during the address. Madam President, Nordic parliamentarians, dear Nordics, as the Minister for the Nordic Region in Sweden, I would like to welcome you to Stockholm and to Sweden once again. Now, this week, the session of the Nordic Council and the discussions that we have here remind us of how important strong Nordic cooperation is in a very difficult, challenging time for Europe. Our cooperation, that many have touched upon, is basically based on our shared values. It's based on trust and the conviction that we together are actually stronger than we are individually. This kinship has helped us through many crises and periods of change, and I'm convinced that it's going to take us also into the future. Our vision is just as clear as it is a challenge, and that is we are going to become the world's most integrated and sustainable region. Let us not pretend that this is an easy task, but let us agree that it is worth it. A strong Nordic region which takes leadership when it comes to growth, innovation, transition is important, not just for our own welfare, but also for that of the whole of Europe. Madam President, there's a great deal on our Nordic to-do list. Firstly, we have mobility. Mobility is the key for innovation, growth, cohesion. It should be easy to live, work and run a business across borders. Every Nordic young person choosing to study at a university in a different Nordic country, and every employer or company daring to take that step across the border, these are things that bring us closer together and make us cooperate tighter and better. Digital developments have created a new borderless labour market, but there are obstacles that remain for somebody who lives on one side of the border and works on the other. It's very complicated and a challenge to communicate with our authorities. So new technologies must not lead to new obstacles. Secondly, the deterioration in the security political situation in our region has led to the increased need of coordination with regard to defence, crisis preparedness and security of supply. Our geographical placement in the Baltic Sea area and Arctic region makes us the centre of this. Organised crime doesn't know any borders either. So fighting organised crime is one of my government's biggest priorities, most important priorities, and it's important that we can do this together. For example, the joint Swedish-Norwegian police station on the border in Morokuli is one way of doing it. Fourthly, disinformation and other campaigns from authoritarian regimes are something that we need to deal with. Education, culture, free, independent media are decisive. Madam President, dear Nordics, thank you for having decided to participate here this week and make the Nordic region even stronger. Thank you.
Tack för det, och då blir det...
Thank you, and we have rejoinders. We begin with Larsson from the Social Democratic Group, and then Annette Holmberg Jansson.
Tack, fru president.
Thank you, Madam President. I wanted to address the to-do list. And this is about the Prime Minister's vision and how to implement those visions. Our experience is that the vision basically is goodwill and fancy words. It doesn't seem to reflect what we have from the government departments. And collaborations to a great extent is done by civil servants. And I think that we miss something. There is something missing when it comes to that order about Nordic integration. And in spite of ambitions that we have seen on Prime Minister level, but how do you ensure that we will actually fulfill this vision, and how can we turn that into reality also in government ministries and government agencies? Well, thank you. Thank you for that very important question. I would say that all of us have to keep an eye on this, not just the Ministers' Cooperation, but also the Nordic Councils. It is about doing away with borders, yes. And last year, one important focus was to adopt a new program for free movement and also make sure that we truly own these issues about about border obstacles, and that we work together also in the work for free movement, and all of us here in this room as well, because we have to make sure that we work with more methodology, that we prioritize properly, so that this actually becomes a question where we have clear political guidance as to what we want to do and what we want to work with. So I agree, and I think that we have taken on that political ownership, but we all know that this is nothing that will happen by itself. Thank you, and then we continue with Annette Holmberg Jansson.
The Nordic countries are facing the same difficult situation. Fewer and fewer young people choose professional education training, and so vocational training. We're talking about auxiliary nurses, construction workers, electricians, and other professional groups, which are the ones that actually keep our societies going. And this doesn't just threaten our welfare system, also our competitiveness and also the vision of us being a sustainable region. We talk more about the problems rather than we talk about the solutions. We really want to build a strong Nordic region. Then this vocational training must become more attractive to young people and easier to attend cross-border. So, Minister, what is doing in more tangible terms to reinforce these vocational training and to increase their attractiveness and to ensure that we have access to this type of labour? Thank you very much for a very important question. As regards obstacles because of borders, I think it is important that we do have a more integrated labour market region for the whole Nordic region, and not least in our border areas. Recently, I went to Copenhagen and Malmö discussing the challenges linked to that particular region. There, I think there's every possibility to increase the exchange there across the bridge. 25 years we celebrate there. It was the 25th anniversary there for the bridge, and we there saw how important it was for the labour recruitment agencies, for example, discussing things, working together. And it's very important to do away with any obstacles. And then we also have professions that are regulated, which don't always have to be, actually. This is something that we need to review. And here I think that the Nordic region can, in fact, be a role model within the EU, and that we can harmonise our regulations further and also be a source of inspiration for the rest of Europe. Thank you. So that is the end of this round of rejoiners, which means that we have Lars Christian Brask for the Presidium first, for 2 minutes.
Tak, fru præsident.
Thank you, Madam President, and thank you to Mr. Alkerts for this account, and thank you to everyone who has been speaking, all the ministers for cooperation. Thank you for your comments. All of these comments have been relevant and very interesting, also the rejoinders and the answers. And we have always had a very good dialogue with the Finnish and Åland presidency over these months, and we hope that we'll be able to continue that excellent dialogue also in the future, so that we can enhance our cooperation even more. But I would like to say something about what we're going to discuss here tomorrow, and this is for the ministers for cooperation. It has to do with an update of the rules for the Nordic Council. We hope that they will be adopted tomorrow, where we have changes, amendments, ensuring that we'll have all countries in the Presidium, so that the Faroe Islands, Greenland and Åland will also be full members. And this is something that I think will be a good thing for the Nordic collaboration. We cooperate in a spirit of equality, respect, and in the Presidium we also feel that it's only natural that this is reflected in the decisions that we make. And we hope that we'll continue the excellent cooperation and the excellent dialogue that we have with you. Thank you. Thank you. And I have no more speakers on the speakers list.
Kan Nordiska rådet ta...
Can the Nordic Council then take this account to the minutes? Thank you. And then we have dealt with that agenda item. And I would like all ministers for cooperation to come up here, because now we're going to continue with agenda item 8.2, where we have a Q&A session. And I have already mentioned that we have specific speakers rules here. You ask a question, you have 1 minute, and then the minister will have another minute to reply. And here you use that little button that you have by your seats. And for the different party groups, you have one speaker, and then, as I said, you ask for the floor by asking for a rejoinder. Okay, and then of course you need to be clear as to which minister the question is for, and preferably you start by explaining that. And then we begin this Q&A session, and we have the first, let's see, the first speaker will be Ronny Aukrust from the Social Democratic Group, and then Kari Sofie Björnsson can be prepared. Next speaker.
Thank you very much, Madam President. My question is for the Swedish Minister, Jessica. Thank you very much for your account. Now, in November 2024, the Nordic ministers put forward a program for LGBTQ questions.
HBT-personer.
The program will also lead to a greater to promote equal rights for LGBTQI. And so it's very important that these ministers, they have allocated 10 million Danish kroner for the period up until 2027 for this program. And so my question is, how has the Swedish government, or how is the Swedish government going to contribute to this program so that this program actually has a concrete impact in the Nordic region, so that we become a clear voice when it comes to equality, not just locally but also internationally? Thank you very much for the question. And equal treatment, equality, gender equality, these are all very important questions in our Nordic cooperation. And I think it's because we are role models if you look across Europe and the rest of the world, but also because there remains a lot to be done even here. I have no list of measures with me today, but this is something that we naturally have at the top of our agenda. And we do also know that together from several of the Nordic countries that we are trying to pursue these questions at the European level for them to be given a greater priority there. We don't see quite as clear strategies there in the so we're trying to get more of that, actually, not less cooperation. So I'll have to say more about the details later, but it's a very important question. Thank you.
Tack så mycket. Då är det Karis.
Thank you. And then Kari Sofie Björnsson, the Conservative Group, and the next speaker will be Higebe Nyholt. And let me also say you do not have to feel totally stressed out, because we do not start a time until the minister is up there. So you can start with just telling who the question is for, and then we'll start the clock. Please go ahead. Well, thank you. This is a question for the Danish minister.
The
ecological situation that we see in the Oslo Fjord, in the Baltic Sea, in Skagerrak, well, we know that the situation is dire. We know that there are big difficulties with lack of oxygen, overfishing, and climate change has an impact as well. We see that species do not match the jurisdictions that the various countries have. And we have research, coordination, monitoring, and management of the resources that are all necessary. And what do you think that the Danish government, together with the other Nordic governments, can do to enhance the collaboration? Because it is now we can strengthen the biological diversity. We have to prevent a collapse of these stocks, also for future generations. Well, thank you. And let me start by saying that to have healthy waters, that is a top priority for us in Denmark and also for the Nordic countries. And yes, there are challenges. We see that there are areas, lakes, fjords, rivers, where we see that there are too many nutrients, which of course has a negative impact on the quality of those waters. And to answer the question, this is a problem that goes across borders, and the decision that is made in one country can have an impact in another country. So it's important that we collaborate. We have to share knowledge and discoveries that we make, also what we do to clean the waters. So yes, this is very difficult, and we do not have to reinvent the wheel every time. And we have to look above the horizon and have talks we're discussing between governments and various organizations and the farmers, and that is one necessary component.
Now we have Egerbjørn Nyholt from Nordic Left, and you who Egerda can be prepared, please. Thank you very much, Madam President. My question is to the Faroese Minister for Cooperation, please. Madam President, Minister, the Nordic Council decided unanimously at the previous meeting in Reykjavik that the Helsinki Agreement shall be revised, and a main theme that this is important so that Faroes, Ireland, Greenland and Åland shall be on an equal footing in our Nordic cooperation. But it's also about reinforcing Nordic cooperation as a whole and reinforcing Nordic cooperation and cohesion in all areas and taking away obstacles to cross-border movement. So we have a historic opportunity now to do something about it when we are revising the Helsinki treatment. So my question to you then is, how is things proceeding with regard to the revision of the treaty? Are you going to include new areas, for example? Thank you very much for the question. It's no secret, of course, that the Faroe Islands have been especially interested in this revision of the Helsinki Treaty because we want to be on equal footing. That's the Faroe Islands, Greenland, and Åland with the other national states, the 5. That's important for us, but of course that doesn't really mean anything if you can't. If you use membership for something important and sensible. So for us, it's important that with our membership, we also want to be able to contribute to and benefit from Nordic cooperation. And we would also have different ideas as regards how to updating, amending the treaty, and things are going well. And I look forward to the results. But it also has to do with how things have developed in society the last 30 years and more recently in the 5 years. It's very important to amend and revise this treaty for young people, for children, for our security, for many areas. Thank you.
And then you, Irla from NF, and Mr. Brasker can get prepared.
Ärade President.
President, this is a question for the Danish minister. And as always, I will be doing this in Finnish, which means that, well, if you do not understand, you need your headsets. Oh, sorry, I'll hold off for a few seconds. I think you're prepared now. Okay. The Helsinki Treaty is something that we have been talking about several times during the session. And this is something that is very, very topical, and we've been discussing this before this session as well. I had the honor to participate in that working group. We worked for 2 years with the revision of the Helsinki Treaty, and a year ago in Iceland we felt that, oh, now work is done and this is excellent work. We're finally there and we can hand this over. But I do not feel that same feeling here today. The Greenland minister is boycotting this meeting, and well, the work with the update is underway, I understand, but how likely is it that we'll see an update where we also have autonomous areas and that they actually participate in this Nordic family in the future? Well, thank you. Thank you for work well done to start with, because this was an excellent foundation for the process that has now been started under the Finnish Åland presidency. And this is something that also builds on work that has been done before in the Nordic Council. And the revision, well, it depends on what happens in the Nordic capitals. In Denmark and Copenhagen, well, we feel that we need to revise the treaty. And if one wants to do so, it's also possible to make sure that Finland, Åland, Greenland become members on equal footing. And we hope next year that we have the backing from the other ministers, the other countries as well. And from Denmark, we do what we can. And I would say that now, considering the geopolitical tensions that we see, all the uncertainties that we see in the world, well, this is an area where we actually should work together, because this is something for all the Nordic countries to do together. All 8 Nordic countries should work together. That would be a benefit for each and every country, and also for our collaboration, and also an advantage when it comes to security policy.
Lars Christian
Brass from the Centre Group. Johannes Erdison can make himself prepared. Yes, thank you very much, Madam President. It's a question to the Minister from Sweden, Rosenkrantz, and the Minister for European Cooperation as well in that capacity. So my question is with regard to the Nordic European or EU cooperation, if you like, and the status thereof. What can we do more of? Where are the obstacles? And is anything sort of in the pipeline as a systematic? Could you just repeat the exact question, please? There are 4 questions, actually. Yeah, 4 questions. Okay. So what's the status in the Nordic EU cooperation? What can we do more of? And what stops us, prevents us from doing more? And is anything happening systematically? Thank you very much for the question, which is about the Nordic cooperation within the EU. Fantastic, crystal clear. Thank you very much. Now, the Nordic cooperation in the EU has never been as important as is today, because we have so much in common in these current times with regard to security policy, for example, which is the main challenges in the European Union, but also how we can create competitiveness in our region. So basically, you can say that we cooperate and we coordinate matters very often before we have the Council of Ministers meetings in Brussels, and we are leaders, I would say, when it comes to support to Ukraine, together with the Baltic states. We are the ones who really are trying to push Europe ahead and put pressure on Europe. And just to take an example, the new AI centre that the Council of Ministers has funded, this shows leadership from us, from the Nordics and from the Baltic states, when we can sort of be role models. These are very, very important parts of our cooperation. Thank you.
Thank
you. And then Johannes Erlandsson and Oskar Karlsson can be prepared.
Tak, fru præsident. Spørgsmålet rettes mod Danmarks.
This is a question for the Danish minister.
Færøerne har i rigtig mange.
For many years, the Faroe Islands has tried to become a full member of the World Trade Organization, and the Danish lawyers have said that it's not doable with the Danish constitution. And now there is a decision saying that, yes, it is possible. We have a decision from the Supreme Court and 3 judges there saying that, yes, it is possible. So there isn't that much of an obstacle anymore, I would say, for the Faroe Islands to become members of organizations like this one. So I would like to ask the minister, did you feel that this decision from the Supreme Court, that is a positive step towards also becoming a full member of the Nordic Council? Well, I certainly hope so. And I also must say that it was very gratifying to see that decision, and it has been handed over to the legal expert that is working with this issue, and we've also provided information about that conclusion. I'm not a lawyer, I'm not an expert, but I would say that, yes, of course, this has to have an impact. And I can hardly see that this wouldn't lead to something positive. So my answer will be that, yes, I certainly hope so.
Tack, då är det
Liz Mattsson from the Centre Group. No, Åsa Karlsson from the Social Democratic Group. And Liz Mattsson can be prepared, please. Thank you very much, Madam President. My question is to the Finnish Minister, please. Sweden, Norway and Finland are physically sort of linked in the northern parts. And the infrastructure cross borders there is not just a question about roads and railways. It's also about the possibility of building a stronger, more cohesive society. It's also about the climate, and by linking our railways, we make it possible to transfer to a sustainable transport, so that cargo, for example, can go from lorries to railways, and people can travel by train rather than go by car and flying. So this is a concrete, you could say, tangible climate action. And now this is a matter also a matter of importance for our preparedness as well. We need cross-border infrastructure, so investing in cohesion, in sustainability, and also in security, so that we're building sort of the future Nordic in those areas, especially where the Nordics sort of are inextricably linked. So what's the long-term coordinated infrastructure investments that are required for us to be really cohesive, to hang together, not just in words, but also in action? Thank you very much, Åsa, for a very good question. Now, there are many discussions ongoing with regard to all the different projects that we have. We have joint infrastructure, Sweden, Finland. We have network cables. We have, for example, also in the sea, and also further up in Lapland. And there are discussions, for example, of a bridge between Vasa in Finland and Umeå in Sweden. And there are many different projects which are discussed, but then there's also the question of the railway, that the width of the tracks, because in Finland we have a different width for historical reasons than the rest of Europe. And this is something that we are now looking into in Finland. Naturally, this is a question that also has to do with military mobility, questions like that. And at the same time, the track width, changing that in the entire country is a huge project. You might call into question the benefit to the climate, rather than just changing trains at the border. But we'll have to see the results of all the analysis and the reviews being made. But absolutely, when it comes to computer, electricity, trains, cars, etc., they need to be able to move across the borders as easily as possible. Thank you.
Mattsson from...
Thank you. And then Liz Mattsson from the Centre Group. Mr. Höjdal can be prepared.
Ordförande.
Thank you, Chair. This is another question for Minister Adlercreutz. Minister. The government program from 2023 says that one of the objectives is to set up a Nordic Transport Minister Council. And this tells us that the Finnish government share our Nordic Council opinion that we need such a ministerial council. Considering the challenges that we face together, the green transition, border obstacles, and also a need for more effective transport solutions, well, here a transport council could be important. And there was a committee visit in April, and then the question was asked if the Finnish government is doing something to set up such a ministerial council. And the answer was that it's not a priority question for the government. And that is why, on behalf of the Free Movement Group, I would like to ask if this is true, that this is something that is no longer topical, or what is the status? Well, thank you. This is a question that has been asked a number of times, and I guess it's the same for all Nordic governments, and this is a shared issue. One country cannot just set up such a council of ministers alone. We have to have this shared feeling that it's necessary, and the signals that we have received, what I've seen as a Minister for Cooperation, is that Nordic governments seem to feel, at least most of them, that the current more informal methods that we have, that they work satisfactorily, so that there's no immediate need to create such a more permanent institution.
Tack för det. Jag kommer att...
Thank you very much. I will allow an additional 3 questions, starting with Högni Högdahl from Nordic Green Left, and then Henrik Möller.
Ja, för president, ett spörsmål går.
Thank you, President. This is a question for the Norwegian Minister for Cooperation. It's a very specific question when it comes to border obstacles. It's about roaming with telecoms operators in the EU and the EA, including Iceland and Norway, of course, as member countries in the Nordic region. You can roam like home, roam freely. It's an EU provision, but it doesn't apply to Greenland and the Faroe Islands, and this means that our telecom operators have agreements. We can travel, but when we receive visitors from Sweden and Finland and Norway, it's not possible to have roaming on the same conditions when you come to the Faroe Islands, but it's been dealt with in the group, and the ministers responsible for these issues could instruct the operators and ask them if they couldn't offer the same terms and conditions as they do for the EU and EEA, and the problem would be resolved. For Norway, Sweden and Finland, we could resolve one simple and plain obstacle. Thank you very much for a good, very concrete question. And as you say, this has become a new world with roaming, where you'd nearly go bankrupt by crossing a national boundary. You can now roam like at home. I have to admit that I wasn't familiar with the terms and conditions for the Faroe Islands and Greenland. So if you can just send me the question in writing, I'll make sure that you get a proper answer, and I will try and see if we can look into it. Thank you for an excellent question, and I can really sense that there's a need. It is a new everyday life, after all, with the new rules we have between the EA and the EU. Thank you very much. And then Henrik Möller from the Social Democratic Group. And finally, Rebecca Lemoyne from the Centre Group.
This is for the Danish minister. The program that we have on free movement between 2025-2030, it means that the Nordic Council representative is no longer part of the free movement group, and earlier we were an integral part of that committee, but not anymore. And we feel that this is a bit odd, considering that we now have a more ambitious agenda when it comes to removing border obstacles. And it seems like that feeling is not shared at more political level. I would also like to say that the Nordic Council, that we're welcome. That I appreciate. But the question for the Danish minister, could you also say the same, perhaps? And could we hear from the minister about this? The Danish Faroe presidency, yes, but all presidencies also have to agree. We need to discuss this. Thank you, and sounds positive. Then Rebecca Lemoyne from the Centre Group.
Thank you, Madam President. My question is for the Finland Cooperation Minister. Yesterday, we were informed of the fisheries quota negotiations of the EU. That's what the herring in parts of the Baltic has reduced since 1994, now at one of the lowest levels ever measured. The quotas negotiated are far above the recommended quota levels to safeguard the stocks in the Baltic by researchers. They are in breach of EU's own rules. And unfortunately, Sweden stood alone, voting against and sticking to the much more precautionary Commission line. But Sweden and Finland are two countries who share the Baltic Sea. It means a lot to our welfare states. This is Nordic benefit. What does the Minister for Cooperation of Finland intend to do to ensure that we have a joint plan for the Baltic Sea, a long-term salvation plan for our fisheries? Thank you very much, Rebecca. This is a highly topical question. The Baltic Sea is a very vulnerable, smaller sea. And if we look at the number of people who live in the areas bordering on the Baltic Sea, it's to say as if we would have 14 million people around the Mediterranean. It tells you a little bit about the water and the number of people. It's a very vulnerable sea, vulnerable ecologically, but also in many other ways. So we need to pay particular attention to ensure that we have fish stocks and matters such as eutrophication and other issues under control. A great deal has been done, but it's time to also look at the matter of fisheries. Now, I cannot reply to this specific question. It's not part of my portfolio with fisheries, but the Scientific Council tends to be the ones giving the guidelines.
Thank you. On behalf of the Council, I say thank you to all the ministers for your speeches in this Q&A session. Excellent work when it comes to answers and keeping the time. And this is truly something we value, that we can have this debate. And as a matter of fact, we had 23 questions. So things have been handled excellently. But now that Q&A session is finished. And we are to continue with our next agenda item, which is a debate on border obstacles. And of course, the Ministers for Cooperation are welcome to stay. And we then proceed with agenda item 9, where we have this debate. And the first thing that we're going to do is that we're going to listen to the accounts. No. Yes, and we're going to listen to the ministers and then also deal with the committee proposal. And the Nordic Council, during the Swedish program, has intensified its work with the border obstacles and this problem, focusing on people that want to move freely across Nordic borders when times are good and also in times of crisis. And from the Nordic Council, we have also appreciated the opportunity to participate with a representative in the Nordic Council of Ministers and the Free Movement Council. And we hope and expect to be able to continue next year. But now we are looking forward to hearing from you, and I will then start with the Åland Minister, Annika Hamrud. And please, you have 3 minutes, and it is also possible to have a rejoinder of 1 minute. President, Nordic parliamentarians, we have a shared goal to make the Nordics the most integrated and sustainable region in the world up until 2030. This is a very ambitious objective, but also an objective that is based on something human and simple, that people should be allowed to live their lives across borders without obstacles, to work, study, move, start companies between the Nordic countries, regardless of which side of the border you happen to be on. And I believe in this new program, and I think that the ministers for corporations have a responsibility. We need to prioritize these issues now. We now have a program with a clearer structure, a bigger budget, and a clear task, which is to do away with these border obstacles. And this is a recognition of border obstacles not just being technical problems, but something that impact on citizens on a daily basis, and it's an obstacle towards growth in the Nordics. We have information services, we have regional services, and here we know that these are linked to the border obstacles work, and also something that we can now work with the strengthened secretariat and the council. And it is about citizens in the Nordics understand what interplay we have, and we also need to understand the reality, which is why we have strengthened the role of this council and also the financing. And the Free Movement Council has a key role. It's an independent organ that work with finding solutions and proposing these, but they cannot do this alone. Governments, government agencies and parliaments also need to help out. Together we can accomplish change, and that is why the Nordic network is so important to solve these problems. And of course the Nordic Council is an obvious partner to collaborate with. And we have now seen that 9 border obstacles that have been prioritized, they have been dealt with. 4 of them are solved, and 5 unfortunately we're not able to solve, in spite of all the work that was done trying to find solutions. But we're better today in seeing the bigger picture. We work with areas like pensions, digitalization, popular registration, taxes, and these issues tell us that this is something that is complex and goes across different sectors, which means that we need to involve many different actors. And we, Ministers for Cooperation, we have decided that we're going to have a follow-up and do an ID matching. We think that this is one way to go to enhance the dialogue between different actors in this complex landscape at the Nordic and national level. And we're now switching gears so that we can work together with the Council, the Ministers for Digitalization. And dear friends, this is something where I could tell you a lot more, but this is just not an account. This is also evidence that we take responsibility. We're willing to listen. We want to improve things. We have to continue. We have to be bold and prioritize, work together, and do proper follow-ups. And each obstacle that is removed takes us one step closer a Nordic where people can live without borders. Thank you.
Jag kommer att släppa in 3.
Thank you. I'm going to allow 3 rejoinders, starting with Katarina Deremark for the Center Group, followed by Eva Lind.
Tack så mycket för ordet, fru president.
Thank you for the floor, President. Obstacles to freedom of movement is a matter that can be inspiring to us when we hear about the border services coming. They come and talk to us and they tell us about new obstacles that have occurred. It's always interesting because no matter how good a will we show in this assembly, there are new obstacles that arise over and over again. And so my question is really this. How will we get underway in earnest to prevent these obstacles? How should we go about to put the individual at the heart of these issues? We often feel that we're trying to simplify more to benefit our public administrations and public authorities. How can I be aided as an individual? Thank you very much, Katarina, for a very important question, because at the end of the day, it is, of course, about the individual who is in need of these solutions. We have the Info Norden and our information services, of course, available to individuals. And you can find out from them how you can go about to resolve issues. And networks are needed surrounding the Info Norden points so that the matters can be dealt with quickly and that the Freedom of Movement Council can be informed. We have 6 different thematic areas that we prioritize currently. So, unfortunately, you'd very much like to have a situation where no new obstacles occur. But with digitization and automation, it can happen. But we need to try and do everything we can to ensure avoiding creating more obstacles.
Då kan Eva Lind.
Thank you, Eva Lind. You're welcome to ask your question, and in this Haraldsdotter can be prepared. Thank you, Madam President, and thank you for allowing me to ask this question for the Minister. I would like to take this opportunity to highlight another issue. This is not just for me, but the entire Welfare Committee. We've talked about this before as well. Just as the Minister has already said, we start with the priorities, but then we see that there are issues that are close to citizens where we haven't been successful in prioritizing. Transport by ambulance, for example, or to move blood between countries, because this could save a life. And there are other examples that could be mentioned as well. The list is long, where we see border obstacles, very day-to-day matters that would make a great difference for people. It has to do with health and maybe life and death. So I would like to ask the Minister to prioritize those issues that really make a difference in people's lives. Thank you. Thank you, Eva, and thank you. This is very important, and we've also discussed that in the Welfare Committee, and it's also something that we're well aware of. We know that the Minister in charge of social welfare, they are discussing this. Transporting blood, for example, it is possible, but it is today a very bureaucratic method, and it takes too long, which is a serious concern. And I do hope that we'll be able to do something about that. But it is for the relevant ministers to prioritize. And with the new program, we actually see that we have direct important issues that can be brought immediately to the expert ministers. And if there is something that is necessary to bring to us, the ministers for cooperation, we can do that as well, so that we can then be clear vis-à-vis our governments to say that this is something important. Thank you. And then Bryndis Haraldsdotter from the Conservative group.
Tack, och faktiskt också för gränshinder.
Thank you. I'm going to be speaking Icelandic. Well, in the Freedom of Movement group, we have discussed these issues, and we want to be preventive. Many of In many of our countries, the authorities need to look at the impact in terms of finances, they need to consider equal opportunities, etc. And so they don't always remember to don their Nordic spectacles, as it were, and consider whether it might entail a new obstacle to freedom of movement. And I wonder if you're aware of any of the other countries being involved in any projects, and do you agree with us that we should all try and get started with the process of removing obstacles? Thank you for this question. Well, this, of course, was something that we discussed when we met with the Presidium, the ministers for cooperation, and how can we work to ensure that we don't create new obstacles when we introduce new legislation. And my understanding is that there is a willingness now. In some cases, governments have an automatic procedure where they verify that no new obstacle to freedom of movement is created. And the way I've understood that all governments try to ensure that that is the case. Let me also mention, in terms of the freedom of movement group, who are more emphasizing various thematic areas, freedom of movement in times of crisis is a new topical issue that is has a great element of prevention, because we want to avoid finding ourselves in a situation such as the one during the pandemic, where the first thing that happened was that we closed our borders. We need to do preventive work so that the borders will be the last thing we close down. Thank you.
Tack så mycket för detta replikskifte.
Thank you for that set of rejoinders. We're now going to continue with the Danish minister, Morten Dahlin. Welcome up. You have 2 minutes. And it's also possible to ask for a rejoinder.
President, Nordic parliamentarians. Obstacles to freedom of movement is a little bit like weeds in your garden. It will come back over and over again, no matter how great a gardener you are. But we keep trying, and we can never give up, because it is an obstacle to growth, and it is something which deteriorates our cooperation. And when it comes to Denmark, and I can tell you that Denmark and Sweden have taken steps to do away with a number of Öresund region obstacles. We agreed to use the 25-year celebration of the bridge to try and promote growth in the Öresund region. And there was a Danish-Swedish prime ministerial declaration to strengthen the relations and the cooperation and work actively to remove obstacles to freedom of movement over the coming years. However, not all obstacles to freedom of movement are bad per se. Some prevent cross-border crime, for example. They are good obstacles, and we want to make it more difficult for criminal elements to cross national borders. We want to make it easier for the people who want to run a business or study or work and live across borders. But to do this, we also need to ensure that digital mobility works, that it works better than it does right now, and we want to put a focus on that area when, together with the Faroe Islands, we take over the gavel for the Council of Ministers for 2026. We want to remove some of the obstacles and prevent that new obstacles are created, and in particular with a focus on digital obstacles. Because life across borders takes place in a digital mode more and more often. It's about staying with the times, and we need to be digital since society is digital. So together with the Faroe Islands, I will be focusing on freedom of movement issues when we take over the gavel next year. Thank you.
Thank you. We have 2 requests for rejoinders. Annette Holmberg Johnson from the Conservative Group. Please come up here. And then also Kjell Ottosson can be prepared.
Trots flera års
In spite of having worked with this for several years, we still see that there are important border obstacles for people with disabilities. These issues remain unsolved, and now it is proposed to stop working on them. But this is about fundamental rights. For example, the ability to move freely, also with a personal assistant, or if you're in need of an institution or transport across the borders. So is this really so that you exclude these people with physical disabilities from the work that is being done? Or what is going on? At the same time, we see an example from the Benelux countries. We see that it's actually possible to find solutions if you work in a targeted, bold way. So my question for the minister is, from the Free Movement Group, is it really possible that you say that this is just something that cannot be solved? Or should the Nordics be bold like Benelux and test the EU rules a bit and stand up for these individuals with disabilities? Yes, I can give you a short answer. Of course, we're to find a way forward so that we can remove these border obstacles. Also for those individuals who have a disability, of course, they should not be excluded from the Nordic collaboration. It is about removing obstacles, and increased mobility should be for everyone in the Nordics.
Thank you. Kjell Arne Ottosson from the Centre Group.
Tack för det, President.
Thank you, President. In the report, there is a heading entitled Tax-Related Obstacles. And in April 2024, the Nordic Council made a recommendation to the governments to review the tax agreements. We have a number of different tax agreements, and that's not a good setup. I addressed this earlier, asked a question of another minister, wondering when we could expect to see any change. I was asking Norway, and we were told that they're waiting for OECD. This is what we were always told, President, waiting for OECD, but we received information from OECD because we had hoped for them to visit the session. That was not possible, unfortunately, but they've said that all the material will be released at the end of this year. And so the governments can no longer hide behind the fact that material is pending from the OECD. So here's my question to the minister. Once OECD has released the material, does the Danish presidency intend to push to ensure that we look at a revision of the tax agreements? Thank you. The Danish and Faroe Island presidency, just to correct. And then a compliment, a beautiful tie, I have to say. And it shows that a gentleman's fashion also is something that is taking place across borders. A Danish minister who's purchased a Swedish tie, or the other way around for that matter. I also remember reading about what the subsequent steps will be. But let me also at the same time say that we do resolve tax issues between Sweden and Denmark, for example. That's one example where not long ago we revised the Öresund Agreement with a significant tax provision that needed to be amended on people who commute. It was truly an important step in the right direction to create growth and development for all our citizens. And I look forward to reading the report, and then we will look at what the subsequent steps should be. Thank you.
Tack för detta replik.
Thank you. That set of rejoinders is thereby concluded, and we continue with the next speaker from the Committee from Development, and that is Kjell Arne Ottosson as well from the Centre Group, and it's possible to ask for a rejoinder here as well, if someone wants to. And Kjell Arne, you have 2 minutes. Well, thank you, Presidency. Many roles here today. And I've already mentioned the Öresund Agreement. And that is something that will be beneficial for those who can and want to work from home. But, well, When it comes to my account, here I would like to say thank you for what we have received. This is something that is well written with high ambitions, and I feel full respect for that. But as I've said here already, it's very focused on processes, and perhaps there aren't too much focus on concrete results. And that raises a very important question. When will we begin to see real change that actually makes a difference? Because at the end, it's not about processes, it's about people. It's about people who live and work in these regions. And at the same time, I want to mention the thematic areas and what has been done there. We have digitalization, for example, which is good. And this is something that is important that we solve. But the challenge, I feel, is that this is an area perhaps we don't need to do all that much because things are really working pretty well. And we also have a declarations. It feels like this is just trying to knock open doors down. Perhaps one should work with something else in estate taxes, let's say, or professional education, because there we have issues that truly will make a difference for ordinary citizens. And I am curious to see what will happen once we have the OECD report, if we can see changes to the tax subject then. And work when it comes to individual border obstacles, I feel that it has been toned down, which is kind of sad, but I hope that we'll be able to have good collaboration in the future, and we need tenacity in order to see results. And we'll see if the ambition is turned into reality. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and we have no request for rejoinders. Moving on to the speakers list on the debate on obstacles to freedom of movement, and every party group has submitted one name of one speaker, and you may request rejoinders to those speakers. 2 minutes speaking time for each of the speakers and 1 minute for rejoinders, starting with Per-Arne Håkansson from the Social Democratic Group.
2 minuter.
Madam President, freedom of movement between our Nordic countries has a history that spans over almost 70 years, and to many this is perhaps a self-evident part of people's everyday life. It was the 12th of July 1957 that Sweden, Denmark, Norway and Finland agreed to seize all passport checks in our mutual borders, and then Iceland also joined, and that is how it's been since, opening up to new opportunities, a mutual exchange and integration between our countries. And even if new challenges, to say the least, have occurred with ID checks introduced during the pandemic, for example, and other societal crises which have led to restrictions of the freedom of movement, a starting point is still that Nordic cooperation should be based on trust and confidence between our peoples and our countries. When it comes to freedom of movement, sometimes the issues are controversial, sometimes there are problems in everyday life, and they are handled at political level by the Freedom of Movement group administered by the Committee for Growth and Development. I'm a member there, and we work to make it easier for people to live, work and study across the Nordic region without getting stuck or bogged down by unnecessary rules and bureaucracy and red tape. But still to this day, we hear from students, workers, businesses who come across obstacles. It can be digital services. We've heard other life-threatening situations mentioned. It's not about just about removing current obstacles, but it's also avoiding creating new ones. And this is precisely where we need to emphasize the importance of this new strategy, being able to move, work, study, apply for welfare services, and operate across borders shouldn't just be something that we have been granted on paper. This should be a central part of Nordic cooperation, and that is indeed our message to the ministers today. Thank you very much, Per Arne. No request for a rejoinder. Moving on with our speakers list, and I was just informed that a couple of them are no longer requesting the floor, but Anna-Lena Hedberg is our next speaker on the list, and you may request a rejoinder on her address. You have the floor.
Tusen tack, fru president.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam President. The Nordics, we want to be the most cohesive and integrated region in the world, a place where people, goods and services can move freely across borders. And I want to say thank you for the strategy that we have leading up to 2030. It is to welcome, but a lot remains to be done. Many individuals still today see practical obstacles in their everyday lives to sign subscriptions, to shop online, and buy something in another country. For example, a Danish citizen who very often cannot sign Swedish subscriptions or become a member of a Swedish store because you have to have a Swedish identity number, and this might seem to be something minor, but it creates frustration. And something for the ministers, a wish to have a proper review of administrative and digital requirements that make lives more difficult for our Nordic citizens, because here we have obstacles that particularly impact those who work across borders, study, or do commerce across borders. And to do away with these obstacles would make it easier for the individual, and it would enhance the confidence for the Nordic collaboration, and it will take us one step closer to a borderless Nordics. Thank you. Thank you, Anna-Lena. No rejoinder has been requested. So the next speaker is Høgne Heimdal from the Nordic Green Left. 2 minutes, and here as well it's possible to ask for a rejoinder.
Fru President.
President. It can't be repeated often enough, but Nordic cooperation is unique, not just in its current form, but in its origins. It's a political cooperation that starts from the people. That's how the cooperation started. The Association of the Nordics pushed for the ability to move across borders. We gradually gained passport freedom, and then the Nordic Commission on Social Insurance and Education and the labour market. And this has been the important pillars. Then we've had the introduction of the Nordic Council and the Nordic Council of Ministers, etc. Over the past few years, there have been good attempts from the Swedish presidency, not least, and from the Committee for Growth and Development and the Freedom of Movement Council and Freedom of Movement Group to raise matters in our respective parliaments individually. But we also have an excellent report on freedom of movement in the Nordic region, and it mentions 7 rights to be granted to Nordic citizens. And we've understood that now that it's time to revise the Helsinki Treaty, there are possibilities to introduce these and include them in the treaty, so that it will be an obligation under the treaty to offer these rights, thereby preventing and combating many of these obstacles. I would like to recommend that the ministers include this in their discussion on the revision of the treaty and determine whether it would be possible to do this, because that would be the best way to change the system from above, even if Nordic cooperation started from the bottom up. This makes a lot of sense. Thank you.
Tack Høgne. Ingen replik begärd.
Thank you. No rejoinders requested. And here we now have the UNR representative. 2 minutes. And it's possible to ask for rejoinders. Thank you, Madam President. We, the Youth Council, we feel that this is something that is very gratifying, not least that we see many legal border obstacles that have been dealt with. And then that means that there's just one big elephant in the room still, and I'm talking about the physical border obstacles, border checks, border controls that extends travel times, makes it difficult to collaborate across borders and demotivates. According to Schengen, this is something that should be exceptional and something that is there for a short time. But looking at Sweden and Denmark, this has been extended for some 10 years now. And of course, this has an impact on culture, not least we heard that last Monday when we had a seminar. And we feel that this is what is lacking in this account. We need assurance that border obstacles should not just be part of our history. It should also be something that we need to work with in the future. Thank you. Thank you. And there are no rejoinders requested.
Då är det Kim Berg från den socialdemokratiska gruppen.
And 2 minutes now from the Social Democratic Group.
Kiitos presidentti. Puhun suomeksi.
Thank you very much, President. I'm going to be speaking Finnish. I would like to thank Sweden in its presidency program emphasized the importance of working to do away with obstacles to freedom of movement. And we want to continue that important work in the area of freedom of movement. We want to continue to emphasize this in the next year, where in the presidency program of Finland and the Åland Islands, it was mentioned in previous addresses that in addition to resolving and getting rid of obstacles, we know that new ones occur constantly, and therefore it's very, very important that we work to avoid creating new obstacles. We had a discussion with the cooperation ministers on this topic at the Presidium meeting, and I mentioned specifically the fact that Finland, in its legislative plans, have made plans whenever new legislation is being prepared in bills or other legislative proposals, there is a requirement to ensure that you check that there are no new obstacles created. I've understood that this is already the case in Denmark and the Faroe Islands, and I'd like to encourage all countries and parliaments to ensure specifically that new legislation at the preparatory stage is already confirmed not entailing an introduction of new obstacles. In Nordic cooperation, you could say that freedom of movement related work, it has one important component that we talk about it in our addresses, but it's even more important that we make sure that the national parliaments work actively on these issues and try to find ways to remove obstacles. Thank you, Kim. There are 2 requests for rejoinders, so if we can ask you to go to the speaking point, and we will start with Högni Heindal from Nordic Green Left. 1 minute for a rejoinder.
Ja, tack.
Thank you, Madam President. And, well, good luck with the upcoming presidency of the Council. You mentioned 2 things. One being to scan all new legislation so that it doesn't create border obstacles. That will help the Greenland, Faroe Islands, Åland, and you as well, I believe. And then there is something that we have tried to address several times in the Council, and it has to do with all the recommendations that we decide on. Many of them also have to do with border obstacles. They also have to be dealt with in all the individual parliaments, and that is something that we do. They have to be addressed in national parliaments. and also with the various governments. And I have to say that the Danish minister yesterday started talking about new border obstacles in the area of transport, for example, and that sort of shocked me.
Presidentti, kiitos tärkeästä nostosta.
Well, thank you. Thank you for raising this interesting topic. This is something that we have discussed as well, together with all, and in preparation of the presidency program next year. And it has to do with the work that we do to accomplish change. And next year we're going to try to find solutions for the work done in the different parliaments, so that we can have these topics discussed there as well. We have been talking with the upcoming president, with the communications committee in our parliament, and there we have also highlighted issues having to do with transport and the challenges there are. And we feel that it's incredibly important that we can have such a debate. And we have also asked other committees to, well, make sure that we talk about those border obstacles as well. Thank you. And then Staffan Eklund, Nordic Freedom, another rejoinder.
Tack för president.
Thank you, President, and thank you to Kim Berg for an interesting proposal on how we can ensure that we don't create new obstacles by more systematically assess new proposed legislation. A lot of the legislation that governs what we do is based on and comes from the EU level. And when we implement this, when it's transposed into national legislation, there are sometimes differences that arise, and they could lead to obstacles. So I'm wondering, would it fit into your proposal to also ensure that we work when we transpose EU rules at national level? Thank you.
Kiitos kysymyksestä. Ehdottomasti.
Thank you for that question. I can definitely see the value of cooperating in that respect as well. Nevertheless, as we know, we still have the distinction between us that not all countries are members of the European Union in the Nordic region. That could also give rise to some challenges. But for me personally, I cannot see any problem inherent in having a dialogue amongst ourselves when it comes to transposing EU rules into national level via our parliaments and also at Nordic level. It's been mentioned several times already that we are much greater when we work and stand together. And so I am very much of the opinion that in all matters where we have a similar stance, it could be highly relevant to cooperate also at EU level.
Thank you. That concludes that set of rejoinders. And we will continue with our speakers list. With the next speaker, please, 2 minutes.
Och det är möjligt att ta replik, för nu är vi tillbaka på talarlistan.
And we're back on the speakers list, so you can ask for rejoinders. Thank you, Madam President. Of course, we should try to make sure that we have as little bureaucracy as possible when dealing with border obstacles. And in Norway, we see many that work across borders on the Norwegian side or the Swedish side. And this is the idea that you can work in one country, live in another, and you pay taxes where you live. And it's about avoiding double taxation, i.e. that you pay taxes in the country where you live and not where you work. But there are many who feel that the agreement that we have is too bureaucratic and that it also leads to big differences in taxation. And this is something that we should deal with. It was also addressed in Nordic media this fall. Someone who worked in 2 different municipalities, and the situation was different as to where you pay taxes. And it is important that this is something that we review so that we have a Nordic taxation system where we have as few border obstacles as possible. And we need everyone we can have from other countries to work in Norway, especially in the border regions. It is something that is important for our companies and services. So, different rules is something that we need to look at. We need to look at the Nordic taxation system.
Tack så mycket för det, och då har jag inga fler.
Thank you. There are no more speakers on the speakers list. Can we then take this to the minutes? And that has been carried. Thank you. And that takes us to 9.2, where we have a committee proposal for a strategy for free movement in the Nordics. And this is an area that is core for the Nordic model. And this is also something that has been prioritized during the Swedish presidency. The strategy has been produced by the Committee for Growth and Development together with the Freedom of Movement group, where there are members from the Presidium and or other committees. And here I would like to hand over to the spokesperson for the committee, the chair of the committee being Kjell Arne Ottosson. And he has 2 minutes, and you can also ask for a rejoinder. 1 minute, please.
President. Thank you very much, President. There's been a lot of Kjell Arne from the podium today, clearly. Imagine a Nordic region where individuals and businesses freely can move around, work and live without being prevented by bureaucracy or national systems which fail to coordinate properly. That is the future the Nordic Council would like to contribute to. And this is why we've put together this strategy for freedom of movement in the Nordics, 2026-2030. The strategy is the Nordic Council's own strategy with the aim of creating better preconditions for citizens and businesses to be able to move more freely across Nordic borders. It gives us our direction, helps us to prioritize, and ensures that we work in a very focused manner to get rid of obstacles and strengthen Nordic integration. Over the years, during this year, we've looked at obstacles in all Nordic countries. Now we move on. The strategy is based on 7 basic rights which, President, should be self-evident if we were to achieve the vision of our prime ministers, that the Nordic region should be the world's most sustainable integrated region by 2030. It's about the right to work and get an education across the Nordic region, receiving healthcare and social security without obstacles, to operate a business with simple and clear rules, have clear, precise tax rules, and be able to travel freely also in a period of crisis, and have access to digital solutions over the borders. The strategy is also a tool to promote a sustainable Nordic region where integration and cooperation are key. The Swedish presidency 2025 enhances this further, focusing on Nordic benefit and the everyday life of our citizens. It is underlined that the cooperation shall be noticeable, that systems work, and that borders are not obstacles, because without these rights and a strategy, the vision will be nothing but words. It's like playing football without the ball. The strategy is our game plan. It's our pitch. And now it's time to kick off. We need to get the game going. Together, we will do this. For a Nordic region without borders, I recommend that you adopt this report.
Thank you, Kjell Arne. We have requests for a rejoinder. That's Johan Dahl from the Centre Group. Welcome up here. 1 minute.
Ja, tack för det och tack för talen, Kjell Arne. Jag tycker det är...
Thank you. Thank you. This is a very nice strategy, I would say. And now we've been working in the freedom of movement group, and I think that this is significant, what is now being expressed. This is important for us to have things to work and to remove border obstacles. But we've also seen how difficult it can be, and we have seen that the littlest thing can have an impact. And we've talked about transports, for example, and we need to reach our objectives also at an administrative level. What can be done? Well, it's not my fault, I have to say, that it's so much Kjell-Arne up here. But anyway, we have a strategy that highlights what actually is important. And for a number of years, I've criticized the Council and some ministers that they're way too high level, up in the sky somewhere. And, well, that is nice, of course, but that is not the main purpose of the Nordic Council. That is not where we have our justification. What we are supposed to do is to work with those issues that will make a difference for people living, working in border areas. And here we now have basic fundamental rights that in a very clear manner tells us what to work with, and that helps us to focus on these issues. And that is what we're supposed to be doing, so that we hold off on other things and focus on these things. Thank you. Follow-up question. I truly hope that we can all work hard to solve those problems with those border obstacles, because it is very important for each and every country, for our companies, and we need to reach that objective. Thank you.
Now we'd like to welcome the youth representative for an address on the strategy for freedom of movement.
Välkommen, du har 2 minuter.
You have 2 minutes.
Kiitos, rouva presidentti.
Thank you, President. The committee proposal on a strategy for freedom of movement is a concrete proposal which makes those parts visible which cover the objectives we've set to make the Nordic region the best integrated in the world. It's particularly valuable from our youth perspective that studying is something that has been given a certain priority. That you can study in the countries across Nordic borders is something which is very much in line with our study capital. It enhances integration, and the committee proposal for this strategy for freedom of movement has several different proposals for an integrated Nordic region. We're particularly pleased to welcome this strategy, and we wish you the best of luck on implementing this. It has a very clear objective set, and now it's time to start working on all these components. Thank you very much.
Tack så mycket för det.
Thank you. There are no more requests to speak. Can we conclude this debate? Thank you. And then that takes us to 9.3, where we are to vote. And this concerns 9.2, the strategy for freedom of movement in the Nordics. And this is the first vote that we will have. So we're first going to do a test vote. And I ask everyone, all members, to be prepared. And you vote where you are seated. You have the possibility to vote yes, no, or refrain. And we'll do a test. We're not going to ask a question. Well, I'll ask a question. Everyone who vote the Swedish Dumlekola? Well, if you do, yes. If you don't, no. And if you don't know, then you refrain from voting. And the vote is open.
Man kan inte se det uppe hur vi har röstat. Omröstningen är...
And there, the vote is closed. And 43 voting yes, 4 no, and 12 abstained. And this was just a test. So now, if you all feel, or were there any problems? Is someone who had difficulties in participating in the vote? Let us know if so. If not, we will continue with the proper vote. And if you're in favor of this committee proposal, you press yes, and if you're against, no. And if you want to abstain, then you use the yellow button. Are you all prepared? The answer is yes, and then we open the vote. And the vote is closed. And we have 63 yes, no votes or abstentions. And that means that the committee proposal is carried.
Det var det. Då behöver jag en ny manual. Och så går vi vidare då.
And we will proceed in our agenda with agenda item 10, which is the budget. We have the Council of Ministers proposal for the budget. And first I'd like to give the floor to the spokesperson from the Presidium to present this report. Do we have a speaker?
Det är Ville Väyrynen från...
It is Ville Väyrynen from the Conservative Group. You have the floor.
Puhun suomea. Kiitos.
Thank you. I'm going to be speaking Finnish. Thank you, President. Dear friends, the budget for Nordic cooperation is very important because it enables our policies to be implemented. Therefore, it's essential to reach the highest possible level of budgetary consensus, both at the level of parliamentarians and at ministerial level. The Nordic Council of Ministers budget for 2026 is based, of course, on the budget for 2025. And in terms of the framework for the different sectors, nothing has changed. Before the budget of the adoption of the 2025 budget, a major effort was made to update the budget and the action plan for the period 2025 to 30. And in this context, the Nordic Council played an active role, and we are very grateful for this. This means that does not mean that we are entirely satisfied, but we are broadly satisfied with the proposal. During the budget negotiations, we made some remarks and obtained some adjustments. It is important that we follow up on our requirements for a transparent budget with an impact assessment of the amendments made. This is discussed in the budget agreement, and there the following agreements are mentioned as prioritized for the period up to 2027: children and young people, culture and education, crisis preparedness, social security, and environment, climate, diversity, green transition and transport, and free movement in the Nordic countries. The Nordic Council is already waiting for 2026. We hope for similar good budgetary cooperation in the future. In short, the Presidency proposes that the Assembly adopt the report on the Council of Ministers proposal for the Nordic Council of Ministers budget for 2026. Thank you for the floor.
No one has requested a rejoinder. So let me give the floor to the Danish Minister for Cooperation, Martin Dahlin. So welcome back up onto the podium. You have 2 minutes. is also possible to make a rejoinder if you wish. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to presenting the proposal for the budget for 2026 in 2 minutes. Now, the budget for 2026 is based on the course that we have set in 2025, and it is in line with the priorities in the agreement on the budget framework for 25 to 27. So it's within the previous set framework and doesn't really change largely from last year's budget. It is in line with the long-term financial plan that we have adopted and agreed on. And so this is for the sector-specific working programs for 2022 to 2030. And we support also the continued transition to the result-focused or oriented model. Now, basically, how this budget then is addressed to the thematic priorities that we have, in fact, made for the budget for 2026, and also that we also see from in our joint agreement from 2025. They are very well in line with those priorities that we decided then at that time. And this is an orientation that forms the basis for a long-term joint work under Vision 2020-30's strategic goals. These prioritizations for the Council are important. These also have been drawn up within the budget, and therefore the focus has been on young people and children, and this increase will remain in the budget, the increase from 2025, culture and education, crisis preparedness, mobility, climate, and there we want to create a better, all in line with creating a better, more integrated Nordic region. And then we have the structural budget proposal, which is stable framework for 2025 to 27. And this also, we continue the implementation of the new target and result-oriented budget model. So our joint commitment to Nordic to the Nordic region and cooperation, and here it also refers to the meeting in December when we're looking at what was going to happen in 2027. So that was very quick and brief run through of a very big budget. Very well done. Thank you very much. No one has requested a rejoinder, so everything seems to be crystal clear. Thank you very much for that. However, we have the next speaker on the speakers list, and that's Helena Jelleman from the Centre Group, please. 2 minutes.
Och även på detta anförande kan man begära.
And it is possible to request a rejoinder to this address.
Tack så mycket, fru president. Minister.
Thank you, President. The Council of Ministers budget for 2026 is the second one under the cooperation program for the period 2025 to 30, and the budget is quite similar to the current one for 2025. The Council of Ministers budget for 2026 also includes a budget agreement between the Nordic Council and the Council of Ministers, and I'd like to address a few points that are related specifically to that agreement. It is a positive thing that in this year's budget for 2025 we're able to fund civil society organizations for periods exceeding 1 year at a time to give them a better planning horizon. And at the same time, it's also beneficial that the new way to provide funding will be followed up to look at potential improvements. The Nordic Council would like to see a Nordic Transport Ministers' Council. With the war in our close proximity, we see an even greater need than ever before right now. But we didn't manage to conclude on that point this time around either. But it is important that we continue to have a dialogue to see how cooperation on the transport issue can progress in 2026. We are also happy with the discussions with the Council of Ministers regarding the Council of Ministers budget, but we'd like to see clearer timelines, however, on the joint budget agreement between our institutions so that the Nordic Council can contribute in the first draft of this agreement. And finally, we're glad that we are in agreement with the Council of Ministers that there is a need for closer cooperation in cases where we are both taking part in UN conferences. So on behalf of the Centre Group, we will be voting yes to the budget proposal for 2026. Thank you.
Thank you, Helena. No one's requested a rejoinder. No further speakers on the speakers list. So can we then say that we have finalized the debate? Yes. Next, we have the election, the vote on 10.2, which is a vote on the budget. So those who vote in favour of the proposal, press green, and those who do not wish to do so, press red, and if you want to abstain, you press yellow. So are you ready? Yes. So the vote can begin.
Omröstningen klar?
So that's the vote completed, yes. So we have 65 in favour and no one has voted or abstained against or abstained, so hence the proposal is adopted. And with those words, that's the end of that item number 10.2. And now we are going to have a change seats here up on the podium.
Okej, då går vi vidare till nästa punkt.
Next item then on the agenda, which is our international cooperation. So in conjunction with this item, I'd like to especially welcome our international guests. I'd like to welcome them to the session. And on behalf of the Nordic Council, thank you for having decided to participate at this year's session here in Stockholm. Now, for all our guests, they have 3 minutes speaking time, and it is possible to request a rejoinder. Now, the initial address will be held by Janis Vokans, the President of the Baltic Assembly and President of the Latvian delegation. So I'd like to welcome you up to the podium. You have 3 minutes at your disposal. Welcome.
Dear colleagues, it's my pleasure and honor to be here together with you, representing the Baltic Assembly at the Nordic Council session dedicated to the Nordic unity. Let me express our deep thanks for very informative discussions and especially for yesterday's fantastic events. The Nordic countries define their identity through democracy, the rule of law, equality, openness, trust, compassion and sustainability. Values that strengthen societal resilience in troubled times. The Baltic states share the same values, which continue to guide and strengthen our partnership. In an era of growing uncertainty, they remind us that regional unity is our greatest advantage. One of the most significant examples of Baltic unity is our joint progress toward synchronizing our electricity grids with the continental European network. After decades of dependence on the Russian and Belarusian systems, in February of this year, we gained full control of our electricity networks. This milestone strengthens the energy security of the Baltic Sea region. This long time awaited achievement stands as a powerful symbol of regional solidarity.
It shows that when we act together, we are capable of achieving what once seemed impossible. This same spirit of cooperation extends beyond the Baltic Sea. We, the Baltic states and the Nordic countries, share much more than the geography. We share a vision of a free, secure, sustainable and democratic Europe. Over the past decades, our cooperation has evolved to a well-established partnership that delivers practical results. The Baltic Assembly and the Nordic Council have worked side by side to turn this partnership into action. Together we have addressed issues such as increasing the resilience of our societies to disinformation, issues of energy security and sustainability, transport connectivity, and we also stood firmly in our unwavering support for Ukraine. We insist that supporting Ukraine is not only an act of solidarity, but also a vital step to defending the rules-based international order. This cooperation demonstrates how parliaments, when they are working together, can amplify not only our national priorities, but also the shared voice of our region on the European and global stage. Dear Nordic friends, I believe that the Nordic advantage lies in your ability to act together, to build trust across borders, make decisions grounded in shared values, and defend the rules-based international order. Meanwhile, our Baltic advantage comes from our deep understanding what it takes to safeguard freedom and independence. Together, these advantages form a powerful combination, and we are proud that the Baltic Assembly continues to contribute to the spirit of unity that defines the Baltic partnership with the Nordic countries. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Vukans.
Next speaker, Robert Schüler.
Varsågod, you're welcome. 3 minutes.
Dear President and dear honorable members of the Nordic Council and colleagues, I've had the great privilege to welcome you here on behalf of European Parliament of the President of European Parliament, Roberta Metsola. The theme of the session, the Nordics, together Nordic value and cohesion in troubled times, reflects both the strengths in regional cooperation and a model for Europe and the wider world. We must bring more of Nordic spirit of pragmatism, social cohesion and cooperation into the European Union. The idea of closer coordination between Nordic ministers and on European affairs is a welcome step that will give the region a stronger and more coherent voice in Brussels. At the same time, security, connectivity are the foundations of the cooperation. Russian full-scale war in Ukraine continues as a hybrid war in the Baltic and Nordic regions, from systematic hybrid operations like damage of our connectivity or repeated airspace violations. It requires us for our tasks. The European Parliament on 7th of October this year responded firmly to these provocations, calling for new sanctions and for strengthened cooperation with Ukraine on drone technologies, air defense and industrial capacity. But lasting security will not be achieved by resolutions and political decisions alone. It requires effective implementation and concrete investments in military mobility, ensuring that our infrastructure from bridges to railways can serve both civilian and defense needs. But I have the honor to chair currently to lead a military mobility report in Parliament, and we expect from European Commission a legislative package at the end of this month, or next month in November, shows that we have so many obstacles without serious, which doesn't require serious billions of euros of money and construction works. There are so many bureaucratic obstacles which not allow us even during 1 month to move brigade from western part of Europe to the eastern front line. And those obstacles should be removed immediately. Long-term projects such as Rail Baltica and Trans-European Transport Network North Sea Baltic Corridor are truly strategic enablers of Europe's defense and deterrence architecture, linking the Baltic states and Finland seamlessly to the rest of the Union. Just a few words on single market issue. Of course, it's very good that also Iceland and Norway, being European Economic Area single market partners, we have to really make big steps to create a truly single market, which allow us 33 billions of trillions of accumulated wealth to put in our innovations here in Europe, and it should be rewarded with a good return on those investments. And finally, above all, we must act on our words. We cannot afford to be observers of our own history. So I wish you a very good remaining part of your session. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Zille. Next speaker, Jon Knarr, Chair of the West Nordic Council. Varsågod 3 minuter.
You have 3 minutes speaking time.
Virðulegi forseti. Hljóðspið eiga allar kindur, meiri og minni mögu heimdallar. Vildu að ég valföður vel fyrir telja, forn spjöll fýra þau fremstu mann. Takk fyrir. Þetta var fyrsta erind.
Thank you. This was the first part of the ancient Voluspa prophecy of the Seeress, one of the most significant pieces of literature in old Icelandic literature. It's Nordic history and the oldest written source where the word Iceland occurs. It cannot be found there, however. It's to be found on a tiny runestone in Gotland in Sweden, and it's now currently being displayed at the museum here in Stockholm. We share a history, but we mustn't be ashamed of our history. Rather, we have every reason to be proud of it without being boastful. Let us use this joint history to work together rather than being divided. It's based on Nordic values, but also Christian and humanist values. The Vikings were impacted by Christian values. I was at an Equal Opportunities conference in Japan recently, and they look to the Nordic region as an example in matters of equal opportunities and gender equality. We are in the forefront when it comes to such values, but also trust and peace. However, development in the international arena have not moved in the direction of more peace. Russia invaded Ukraine. There's now an enhanced focus on safety, security, and defense issues. And the interest of bigger nations, such as the U.S. interest in Greenland, has also had an impact. The Western Nordic countries, the Faroe Islands, Greenland, and Iceland, have had more of an impact in their cooperation, and the Western Nordic Council plays a key role. Esteemed President, the Western Nordic countries have gained in importance, and in the Council we're very pleased to see a closer cooperation with our relatives in the Nordic region and in Arctic. We're very grateful for the cooperation with the Nordic Council and all the opportunities that this cooperation can give all of us, at least for the next 1,000 years or so. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Next speaker is Christina Herbst, President of the Baltic Sea Parliamentary Conference. The floor is yours.
I try to. Dear President, dear members of the Nordic Council, dear colleagues and friends, it's a great honor to address you today on behalf of the Baltic Sea Parliamentary Conference. Allow me first to express my warm thanks for your kind invitation and for the close partnership between our two parliamentary institutions. The Nordic Council and the BSPC share a long-standing friendship and a common purpose: to strengthen democracy, peace and cooperation in Northern Europe. And today, in times of war and uncertainty, this shared mission has gained new urgency. The Baltic Sea region has changed profoundly over the past 3 years. Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine has shattered the framework of cooperation that we once took for granted. It has reminded us that peace and freedom cannot be assumed. They must be protected and defended every day through unity and determination. At the BSPC, we have responded to these challenges by focusing on resilience in energy, digital infrastructure, and democratic institutions. Our member parliaments have called for closer coordination in maritime security, cyber protection, and renewable energies. But above all, we have called for stronger political dialogue between our democracies. Because it is only when parliaments, governments, and societies stand together we can ensure security, not just in military items, but in the sense of trust, freedom, and democratic stability. As the BSPC presidency of Schleswig-Holstein, we have chosen the motto, "Youth Set Sail for a Thriving Baltic Sea Region." This reflects our conviction that resilience is also about generation, about giving young people the confidence that their futures be peaceful, free, and sustainable. The Nordic countries have long been role models for democratic participation and youth empowerment. And we look forward to deepening our cooperation with the Nordic Council on these shared priorities, including climate action, digital transformation, and civic engagement. Dear colleagues, the Baltic Sea connects us. It is not a border, but a shared space of responsibility and opportunity. Together, the Nordic Council and the BSPC form a strong parliamentary alliance, one that defends democracy, fosters dialogue, and keeps our region united in difficult times. And maybe this will be a strong sign for whole Europe. It's a privilege to stand here with you in Stockholm. Thank you very much. 7 seconds.
Thank you, Madam Herbst. Next speaker, Theodoros Rousopoulos, President of the Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe. Varsågod, you're welcome.
Thank you, Mr. President. Dear colleagues, I won't subject you to the torture of hearing me sing because my voice is not as nice as our colleague from Iceland, but I'm going straight to my speech, starting by saying that there is a misunderstanding that I often notice as I travel around Europe. Perhaps this misunderstanding belongs mostly to the younger generation, to those who did not read as much history as I would like when they were at school. A few days ago in my homeland, Greece, I began a speech with the same thought, and I would like to return to it today. What is this misunderstanding? Let me explain. Because we have lived for almost 8 decades in condition of peace in Europe, we have come to think of peace as self-evident. Because we have always had the United States by our side, we have considered our alliance self-evident, and above all, we have assumed that this alliance was built on shared ideas and values of Western civilization, not on economic interest, not on how high one side of the Atlantic would set tariffs to the other. But dear colleagues and friends, these 8 decades of peace are only a parenthesis in history. And history, and here I speak as a historian too, is not made of long periods of peace. It is made of long eras of tension, of wars, of injustice, interrupted only by rare moments of peace. What we are called upon to defend today are precisely the achievements of these 80 years after the Second World War against those who once again bring back into history its most dreadful child, violence. Violence expressed through the power of weapons, the power of money, and the power that seeks to impose injustice in order to prevail. I therefore greet your meeting today, a gathering that dares to discuss what some might consider outdated principles, values, and human dignity. But let us be clear. If we stop defending them, we will lose them. History is never written in our absence. It must be written with our participation, with our initiatives, and with our moral courage. Europe, dear colleagues, must once again be present and leading, defending what was won through struggle and sacrifice, and what all converges toward one essential truth: to give dignity back to our people. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rusopoulos. Nästa talare, next speaker, Brendan Smith, TD, co-chair of the British-Irish Parliamentary Assembly. Varsågod, 3 minuter, 3 minutes.
You have 3 minutes.
Mr. President, members, guests, as co-chair of the British-Irish Parliamentary Assembly, it is a great honour for me to address your council. The British-Irish Parliamentary Assembly was established in 1990 as the British-Irish interparliamentary body, as a vital link between the United Kingdom Houses of Parliament and the Houses of the Irish Parliament, the Oireachtas. It was later enlarged to include representatives from the assemblies of Northern Ireland, Wales, Scotland, Jersey, Guernsey and the Isle of Man. I'm delighted to say that the Nordic Council was granted observer status to our Assembly in 2004. The principal aim of the Assembly has always been to foster mutual understanding between our peoples as an important addition to the close cooperation between the British and Irish governments. Over the years, it has successfully provided a forum where parliamentarians can engage meaningfully, deepen their acquaintances, and explore differing perspectives in a spirit of respect and collaboration. Beyond the important parliamentary work of the Assembly carried out through its committees and plenary sessions, one of the most enduring and valuable aspects of these gatherings is the personal friendships that have developed. Over the years, several past and present ministers of both governments have been members of the Assembly, and these relationships have been instrumental in facilitating dialogue and cooperation at parliamentary level and also at government level. In recognition of the importance of the Assembly's relationship with the Nordic Council, the Right Honourable Dame Karen Bradley MP, Vice Chair of BIPA, is also present with us these days. Just 2 weeks ago, we held our 67th plenary conference and were delighted that Janis Vukans, President of the Baltic Assembly, accepted the invitation to address our plenary. One of our committees recently published a report on the theme of defence, drawing learnings from Finland and Estonia through visits it had made to Helsinki and Tallinn. There is much that we can learn from each other. It is impossible to speak about relationships between the United Kingdom and Ireland without also referring to relationships north and south of the border in Ireland. These were transformed by the Good Friday Agreement of 1998, and that agreement has been the bedrock of progress between our two islands in much, much improved dialogue, mutual respect and cooperation. This is why there is such a correlation between the work of the British-Irish Parliamentary Assembly and that of the Nordic Council. We can learn from each other's activities and priorities and strengthen the relationship between countries and peoples that have their own identities but share so many values. I look forward to continuing to strengthen the cooperation between the British-Irish Parliamentary Assembly and the Nordic Council, as by doing so, we will enhance the work and indeed the success of our respective assemblies. The opportunity to address this plenary is much appreciated, and thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Nästa talare, next. Ms. Caroline Noakes, Second Deputy Chairman of Ways and Means UK House of Commons. Varsågod, you're welcome, 3 minutes.
Tack, Mr. President, and for the invitation to be here to the United Kingdom Parliament, where I am Deputy Speaker and joining your 77th session. I'm delighted to have had the chance to spend more time with Nordic friends and partners, perhaps particularly the young people who have also been part of this assembly. The ties that bind our nations are deep and enduring. They are rooted in history, they are strengthened by trade, and inspired by our mutual respect for democracy, equality, and human rights. As Mr. Holovnia said this morning, listen to your heart, and the United Kingdom, with its whole heart, commits to its Nordic friendship. As I reflected last year, democracy is a precious inheritance, hard-won, and should never be taken for granted. A fortnight ago, the UK welcomed the chairman of the Verkhovna Rada of Ukraine to the House of Commons. He shared horrifying testimony with us, and we have been privileged to hear from him again today. It is a wake-up call to us all. In a world where threats to peace and freedom persist and where misinformation and external interference challenge our institutions, it is more important than ever that we stand together. We need cohesion in an uncertain world. Alliances are, of course, crucial to the prosperity and security of our countries, today and tomorrow. The UK's National Security Strategy and Strategic Defence Review stress the importance of military collaboration between our countries. This intent has been given new life by bilateral defence agreements, including on frigates with Norway and joint operations such as the Joint Expeditionary Forces Nordic Warden and NATO's Operation Baltic Sentry, made even more important following undersea cable sabotage incidents. And of course, we welcome Finland and Sweden formally joining NATO and the alliance's prioritisation of the Arctic region. There is much we can learn from our Nordic partners, not least on collaboration, but also on the key element of achieving security in this area of grey zone or hybrid warfare, a whole society approach to resilience. The UK's Strategic Defence Review specifically called on the UK government to learn from how Nordic and Baltic states partner with and incentivise private sector operators to improve the security of the critical national infrastructure and services our businesses and citizens rely on. The relationship with the Nordic Council is central to how the UK sees and assures its security, a relationship with collaboration and learning from each other at its heart. Thank you once more for your welcome.
Thank you, Madam Noakes.
Next speaker.
Maria Byrne, Deputy Speaker of the Senate, Parliament of Ireland. Varsågod, 3 minuter, 3 minutes. Welcome.
Dear members of the Nordic Council, fellow speakers and parliamentarians, members of parliamentary assemblies, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great honour to address the 2025 session of the Nordic Council here in Stockholm on the topic of the Nordics together, the Nordic advantage and unity in troubled times. We come together at a moment of deep global uncertainty, marked by conflict, mistrust and the weakening of the shared values that once united us. Achieving effective international cooperation is at present very difficult and has never been more important. The abandonment of diplomacy in favour of force to achieve political aims is alarming. Russia's invasion of Ukraine, the humanitarian crisis in Sudan, the suffering in Gaza and the instability across the Middle East and the Sahel all reflecting this troubling shift. In these uncertain times, I welcome the close cooperation of the members of the Nordic Council. I admire strongly the main objectives of Sweden's presidency programme for the Nordic Council, for people living in the Nordics to see and feel the benefits of Nordic cooperation in their day-to-day lives and for them to feel a strong sense of community. An important aspect of the Swedish presidency of the Nordic Council is greater cooperation across national borders. In these times, the emphasis on closer cooperation with countries across the Baltic Sea. The Arctic and in Europe on environmental defence and securing policy issues, including support for Ukraine, and for greater Nordic cooperation on gender equality is hugely significant. The emphasis on Nordic value, eliminating obstacles to freedom of movement in the Nordics, investing in innovation and promoting an integrated Nordic labour market are values that we all admire and encourage. Ireland is privileged to enjoy excellent bilateral relations with each of the Nordic countries. These relationships are very important to Ireland, and we continue to develop our good relations and cooperation on matters of mutual interest and concern. The vision of the Nordic Council of Ministers is for the Nordic region to become the most sustainable and integrated region in the world in 2030. I applaud the priorities to achieve this, including a green transition of Nordic societies as they work towards carbon neutrality and a sustainable, circular and bio-based economy, along with the promotion of green growth in the Nordic region based on knowledge, innovation, mobility and digital integration. In conclusion, in the face of ongoing challenges internationally, the Nordic Council shows the benefits of holding firm in our conviction that diplomacy, dialogue, multilateral cooperation and the rules-based international order is the way forward. Let us continue to work together in close cooperation for the mutual benefit of society based on a future grounded in peace, justice, shared prosperity with democracy and accountability for all. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Byrne. Nästa talare, next. Jette Waldinger Thiering, Vice President of the State Parliament of Schleswig-Holstein. Varsågod, you're welcome. 3 minutes, 3 minuter.
Kære præsident, kære medlemmer af Nordisk.
Dear President and members of the Nordic Council, as an observer for the Parliament in Schleswig-Holstein, I am together with my colleague, I'd like to say thank you very much for this year's invitation to participate at the Nordic Council session in Stockholm, and thank you for a wonderful evening program last night. It was absolutely wonderful. It's become a tradition that we can keep abreast of what is happening in the Nordics. Especially in these worrying times, it's very important that we in the Nordic region, that we stand united and that we find kinship and help each other in the challenges that we share. Corona pandemic has already shown us how we can work together for populations in the Nordic region. We were able to get through that crisis together, and now again the Nordic region shows that together you can put subjects on the priorities on the agenda which are so important for all of us. And when I say us, I mean the Nordic region, this cross-border cooperation, I mean Europe. To network amongst parliamentarians and international guests can only be a starting point for better understanding of each other's situation and everyday lives. As a member of the Danish speakers, sort of minority in southern Schleswig, I feel that situations like this is something that I have to participate in. Cooperation, cross-border cooperation, both across land and water, is increasingly important in these worrying times and turbulent times. Those of us who are allowed to participate in the session in Stockholm this year, we work together with our colleagues for democracy, for peace, for freedom in our countries. As a member of a federal parliament, for us, this cross-border cooperation is part of our daily work. Welfare, climate, security, they are all at the top of our political agenda. And I am convinced that this kinship is strengthened through close cooperation. Many impressions, many measures that are taken when we go home. But let me just say one thing that I've noticed, which is not in my speech, but anyway, it's clearer. It is clear we need to think about young people, and we all need to take out our heart and when we make our decisions, we need to sort of tick off and see whether this is in line with helps young people. This is important for democracy, for keeping peace, and this is what we need in these turbulent times. So thank you very much for your attention, and I'd like to wish you a continued good session. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you to Jette Waldinger-Thiering. And the next speaker is Pim van Ballebong from the Vice President of Benelux Interparliamentary Assembly. And please, 3 minutes.
Thank you, dear President, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the Benelux Parliament, I would like to express my gratitude to the Nordic Council for inviting our Parliament to participate. And I'm looking forward to the seminar later today with a focus on Northern Europe in Europe's new geopolitical context and the relations with the United States. The current geopolitical reality urges us to review our Europe's entire security architecture and to enhance Europe's defense systems. A secure Europe means that our states must work together to further develop the European defense industry, and we invest in our European security industry. With our new NATO partners in this region, Sweden and Finland, I'm convinced we can face the new challenges. And in this context, President, as a former Vice President of the European Investment Bank, I would like to underline that the mandate of the bank has changed recently, and the European Investment Bank can be a strong partner in this domain. During the Benelux Prime Minister Summit last September, the importance of strengthening defence cooperation and reinforcing Europe's technology and industrial defence base was emphasised. Cross-border supply chains and specialised research centres are key assets to maintaining our strategic autonomy. And within the Benelux and the European Union, we can establish a common defence market in which our small and medium-sized enterprises have a fair access to. The Prime Ministers also expressed their intention to jointly procure and develop more military equipment and other defence resources. The countries are already share relevant expertise in this field. And with the maritime security in the North Sea states under pressure from Russia, it's crucial to protect critical maritime infrastructure from external threats through regional defence cooperation. Preparedness for hybrid and grey zone attacks from Russia must be embedded in our strategic culture. This is in line with our European ambition to strengthen the European pillar within the NATO, with developing great strategic autonomy in the field of defence. Strong regional defence cooperation is key, and that is why the Nordic Council seminar comes at just the right time, and I'm convinced that the Nordic countries can provide us with valuable and solid input to this topic. And finally, President, I would like to inform you that on the 5th of November this year, we will be celebrating our 70th anniversary of the Benelux Parliament in Brussels. And we are honoured to welcome Mrs. Helena Gellerman from the Presidium of the Nordic Council to participate in a panel discussion. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Pim van Ballekom, and thank you also for your invitation.
Next speaker is Mikka Savola, Vice President of the NATO Parliamentary Assembly. Please, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Dear colleagues,
to address this distinguished gathering and to wish you a successful and productive meeting. But I've heard that the tradition here is to use our mother tongue. If it's a Nordic language show, I will give this speech in Finnish. Arvoisat kollegat, Pohjois-Euroopan turvallisuusympäristö on muuttunut perusteellisesti.
Colleagues, the security environment has changed after that Ukraine was attacked by Russia. We do not have stability anymore. NATO has shown us that it is important that we try to have a deterrent and that we act in the Baltic area. And at the same time, we have the Arctic area, which has become an important area where we now see Russia and China having increased presence. And NATO has its defense plans that were approved in 2023. And this is something that is more comprehensive than what we've seen since the Cold War. And this also shows us what the alliance can do and will do in order to defend all member countries, including the Nordic countries and the Arctic region. In 2025, it was decided on new plans, and NATO decided on what capacity the different countries are to have to meet their commitments. And in 2025 at the NATO summit, it was also decided to increase the capabilities that we have so that what we have corresponds to the plans. And now the various member countries have to do their part. As a parliamentarian from Finland, it makes me proud that Finland and Sweden are now members of NATO. This is something that strengthens the alliance. And together we have turned NATO into one uniform area that we can now defend. And Finland and Sweden are here. We have a framework agreement, which means that we have key roles within NATO already. But the challenges continue. We see different types of threats, cyber threats, for example, and cyber attacks. And here we have to have a presence. And we also have to make sure that we invest more in defense. Colleagues, we parliamentarians, we have a role to play, which is to ensure that each and every country manages their own defense. And we have 5% that we are to invest in defense. And we need to see action, not just words. And we need troops, not just materials. And we have a presence. We work together. Sweden and Finland made NATO stronger. And the Nordics is now a part of NATO. And with that being said, I want to wish you a good continued meeting. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Savola. Now, I have no further speakers on the speakers list, so I'd like to thank all our international guests and our collaborative partners for their important contributions that their addresses are in this plenary session. Before we round off, I'd like to thank each and every one of you for a very fruitful day. We've had important debates, and I'd also like to make you aware of the fact, bring your attention to a couple of matters. For some of us, the evening will continue for a while longer. We have an international seminar taking place in the first chamber room, starting at 6:15. At 6:15 in the first chamber. And first, I'd like all members and international guests and ministers to come up here to the podium for a group photograph. Once again. So, members, international guests, and ministers, please come up to the podium for a group photograph. The photographer will help us so that we all stand where we should stand so that there's room for all of us. So thank you very much. I'd like finally to say have a nice evening, and we'll see you tomorrow at 8:30. Thank you.